Actually, I don't know what I should be doing instead. Wait. This guy's broken, isn't he? Yep. This guy is broken. I think I'd rather have the game audio going through my headset. We'll turn that off, and I'll change that. Hopefully this doesn't affect anything for stream, so maybe make it a little bit quieter relative to the music. I don't think that is true. Is this actually streaming? I'm surprised. I'm not like live on YouTube right now, am I? Oh, okay. I am live, that's good. But I think it's... oh no. It's just not working, huh? I hope I'm not accidentally live on YouTube right now, that would be weird. Oh my god, I'm actually live on YouTube right now, and the chat's just not showing up for me in my streaming program. This is hilarious. Oh my god. Hi. Hi everyone. That's so funny. I have no idea when I put my YouTube credentials in. Oh, you're probably getting echo now because I just tuned in. This is really cool. Also, like, YouTube is messed up for me right now, and what can I say? Oh my god, there are so many people posting in chat, and I've just been sitting here silently. This is so funny. Hi everyone. I usually stream on Twitch, but apparently at some point I put in my YouTube credentials. And also another funny thing is I got auto-signed out of YouTube, and every time I click the sign-in link, it just like gives me a 500 error. So hello everyone. Welcome to me sitting here practicing in silence for like the last 11 minutes or so. Yeah, wow, you know, I was literally thinking to myself, boy, it's a good thing there's 0 viewers because I'm like messing up repeatedly, so hey, hope you all enjoyed that. Anyway, yeah. I guess I will continue in a little bit less silence now that I actually have a chat opened up. Because I was just like, man, this is weird. I usually don't have like no one at all watching. YouTube does be weird like that sometimes, yeah. I literally don't even remember putting in the credentials to my streaming software though, that's the weird thing. I must have done it one day when I was just like, seeing, oh cool, YouTube streaming exists, I wonder if I should get that set up. Anyway, the reason I'm practicing against Joker, not in silence anymore, is because I have, Dyer in my bracket at Momocon. And also he plays Joker now apparently. So yeah, one of the nice things about Joker is when he's at like 40%, the down throw upper loop combos are like super reliable on him. The hard part is just reacting to the DI on down throw and then being able to follow it up. Yeah. I should stream more. I just, I don't know. I prefer making, like, scripted content and stuff. It's just that I lost my train of thought. Yes, and that's exactly why, because I like having a script that I can read from. But anyway, this is why I like comboing Joker, because he gets hit by that for, like, ever. That should be true, yeah. Thank you, Julian. Oh, you won your first set. Congrats, dude. Yeah, so like, off the down throw, you have to react like very quickly to which way he's going. But if you can, then you can get this, which is not only a good combo, but a very fun combo. Unlightning loops, yeah. So the way that I try to do it is I just like dash forward regardless, and then just react after I input the dash to whether or not I should make it a RAR, or just continue with the forward momentum and like pull backwards a little bit. So if I'm not trying to react and I'm just predicting that they're going to go forward, then it's actually much easier to hit the forward DI. But if I am doing it in this reaction type way, then it's actually harder to hit the forward DI, which is like partially on purpose because I feel like people DI in a lot more. To make Joker roll an air dodge like that, I have an Arduino. I can't hold it up right now because it's down there and connected to a bunch of wires and stuff. But I have an Arduino that's making him do all sorts of things. So I'll just show you how it works. So this is the controller that is plugged into the Arduino, and yeah, so this is the controller that's plugged into the Arduino, and if you hit, let's just reset this. If you hit right on the D-pad, that makes him mash shield like this, so if I grab him now, he'll be doing no DI, but you can see that he like mashes air dodge out of everything, which is useful. And if you hit left on the D-pad, then he'll alternate every frame between hitting right and left. And that's actually synced up with the same timer as him hitting shield, which is why you see he's like, oops. Oh, sorry, the Arduino's a little bit finicky. But it's actually hooked up to the same timer as him hitting shield. So every time he's hitting shield, he's pushing to the left, and every time he's letting go of shield, he's pushing to the right, which means DI is effectively random. However, what's not random is because he'll always be hitting shield and left at the same time, he'll always roll to the left right off the start, which is really nice for me being able to practice like this because I always know that he's going to roll left. That combo was stupid, by the way. Oops. Oh, and another added bonus of the fact that he's like randomly hitting left and right is that he's also SDIing everything like relatively hard, which is nice for practicing the nair loops because SDI left and right randomly is essentially the best way to get out of the combo anyway. So I can practice it in what is realistically the hardest possible scenario for it. And this will eventually send into tumble. Yeah. So it goes on for a very long time. Is Pikachu, or is Pichu better than Pikachu? I think they're both good for particular matchups. I think that characters who can camp really hard beat Pichu just by refusing to engage. However, for more rushdowny characters, I think that Pichu is better in close quarter combat, whereas Pikachu has a better time getting in on characters who are camping, which will be like better long term. Will there be a nair loop video? I might make one, but I know that like Esam was already planning on making a nair loop video. So what I was actually going to do is make a nair loop counterplay video, which is basically what I just described, where like you're SDIing left to right, but I'll go into a little bit more in depth of why it works as well as it does. But again, both myself and probably Esam are like busy with a lot of tournaments to travel to in like these weeks. I know that like he's a little bit better at managing his time and still putting out content while he's traveling. I'm more new to this content plus traveling game, so I still haven't quite figured out how to sort myself out properly. Oh my god, thank you so much, Jack. Wow. Yeah, so the nair loop video, play Pichu, I'll probably be practicing some Pichu later, yeah. Like, at Gommel, I went all Pikachu, and what am I thinking for Momocon? I know that I have, whoops, that was a double jump. I know that I have Dire in my bracket, so that's Joker, which is a matchup that I would like with Pikachu. Who else do I have after that? Oh, I have Light after that, so that's a matchup that I would rather go Pichu for. So I'll definitely be practicing some Pichu vs. Fox. Yeah. yeah. So anyway, like, these up air loops on Joker, he's one of the characters that gets, like, comboed the best by, because whether or not you end up going up or down after each up air is based on your fall speed. So, like, for instance, Joker is relatively average-ish weight, right? Another average weight character is Inkling, but if you try to do the up air loops on Inkling, he'll go like up a little bit every time. I think that the Pikachu versus Pichu matchup is like really even. Oh, also I'm gonna turn off the. Sorry, I just noticed that I have a sub goal, which is completely irrelevant for YouTube. But yeah, Pikachu versus Pichu. For the longest time, I thought that Pichu won, and I think that might still be the case. But the matchup is definitely close to even. I feel comfortable with both of them. Like, I was considering going the Ditto versus Void, but then I just decided I probably understood both characters better than he understood Pikachu, just because, you know, he hasn't mained them both and I have mained them both. So I thought that I would rather do that. Yeah, and also Void's beaten Esam at least twice. I thought it was 3 times, but I could be wrong. Can I make this available to rewatch? Oh, yeah, sure, I probably can. Enjoy the 10 minutes of silence at the start of it, hee hee. This is also literally my first time ever streaming on YouTube, so I will be figuring this stuff out as I go. Anyway, let's just show off the Inkling upper loops and how they don't work nearly as well. I think 35 should. See how, like, every time Inkling was, like, going a little bit higher? So, like, I can't even reach her on the 4th up air. And also just, like, another thing that makes up air loops a lot more reliable is if the character you're hitting is really skinny. Whereas Inkling kind of goes into this, like, really elongated tumble animation. Like, we'll just set this to frame by frame. Never mind, we won't set it to frame by frame. We'll just set it to quarter speed. But, like, if you see when she's in tumble, she, like, flails all over the place. Kind of like Bayo did in Smash 4. Which makes it harder to get the right hitbox of up air because she's, like, she makes herself so big that, like, the stronger hitbox of up air that you don't want to combo with actually hits her. Which is just why, like, up air loops... Honestly, Joker, at this point, is literally my favorite character to hit them on. Other characters who are really, really weak to them are Zero Suit Samus and probably Sheik, although I've literally never practiced it on Sheik in this game. I just know that Sheik got hit by it really hard in the last game. Yeah. I think that Pichu is also cuter. But if you notice very carefully, and I'm sorry if this ruins it for you forever, Pichu is actually a pirate because that little black thing like on her neck, or his neck, that's a beard. So this costume is like straight up a pirate beard. You're welcome. You can never unsee it. Also, another thing that people don't ever notice about Pichu that apparently looks weird once you start to fixate on it is Pichu has a nose. That's a very good question. Why am I streaming on YouTube and not Twitch? And the answer is literally because I don't know. I really thought that I was streaming on Twitch, and it turns out I was streaming on YouTube. The pirate is still cute. She just has a beard. But anyway, back to practicing on Joker, because that's the character that I want. Also, how are you supposed to edgeguard Ivy as Pikachu, or Pichu? One thing that's really important about Ivysaur and tether recoveries in general is after they snap ledge, they like kind of drop down, and if you can get in the middle of from where they use the up B to where they like swing down to, you can hit them for free every single time. Like, it's a lot more vulnerable than it looks. That's one thing that Esam is absolutely phenomenal at, and that's part of why he was like crazy good against all tether recoveries in Smash 4, because he would just like back air drag them down, and I was just like less good at being able to identify like when and how that would happen, so I had less consistent gimps on tethers. Am I Mexican? No, I'm actually Canadian. My lineage is like Dutch. Yeah. Interesting question, but hey, you know, we'll take it. Anyway, back on to good old practicing comboing Joker. My Twitch is Captain L Pika, which is where I thought that I was streaming, but I'm actually not, which is fine. YouTube is a very nice platform that I'm a big fan of, so you know. Did I turn on stale moves? I actually forget. Anyway, so you might be noticing, gee, Captain L, you're really, like, messing up almost all of these, Nair loops. And the reason is because, first off, I'm, like, coming in cold right now. Usually before a tournament, I like to practice this for, like, a long time so that I'm incredibly comfortable. However, the other reason is, this whole, like, random left-right DI plus SDI is literally the most optimal way to get out of this combo. And the vast majority of players have a really defeatist mindset as soon as they get hit by the first down throw. They're just like, yo, I'm about to take like 60 damage and there's nothing I can do. So they more or less just put down their controller. And that just makes it so much easier for me. That's what I want. Okay, good. Stale is turned on. So, yeah, if you start getting naired, literally wiggling your stick left and right as fast as you possibly can is probably one of the best ways to get out of the combo. Like, if you want to be a little bit more nuanced than that, you can, like, DI particular parts of the combo a particular way, but, like, if you literally just want to make it hard without having to think, and making me have to react really hard, just, like, wiggle your stick left and right as fast as you can. And there you go. Am I still doing Arduino stuff? Not really. As in, like, I have an Arduino and I use it for all sorts of things, but it's mostly, at this point, I think it's mostly personal projects, and that's what it was, like, always kind of supposed to be. I ended up obviously making, like, that video in the public release and then working with Linyoa to get a, you know, nice version of it out to the public. But the reason that I made that in the first place had nothing to do with me ever wanting to, like, sell it or, you know, make it a widely spread thing. I literally just wanted it for myself for this exact purpose that you're watching right now. Because it came up one night while I was like, hold up. Damn. Okay, so it came up one night while I was just practicing with one of my friends. He did me a favor. I think that he, like, what did he do? No, wait, sorry. I did him a favor. I think that I, like, drove him somewhere, and he said, in exchange, he would, and I quote, hold directions on the control stick for me so that I could practice Smash better, which was something that I wanted to do with Up the Thunder at the time, because I was, like, solo Pichu at the time. And this was literally week 1 of the game being out, and this guy who did the favor for me, we were, like, talking while he was just, like, basically holding left and right randomly and mashing air dodge so that I could practice Up the Thunder. And he's just, like, both of us are in computer science, and we started talking about, like, how simple it would be to just, like, build a bot that basically emulates what he's doing. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I really missed the Smash 4 training mod. So I'm just like, yeah, you know, that actually seems like a good idea. And it was, like, normally the kind of, like, haha, that would be a really good idea, we should totally do that type conversation that never ends up actually happening. But I realized that it was such a good idea that I'm like, damn, I need this in order to, like, reach my potential as a player. So I built one within, like, the next week, and it sucked. And actually, you can still see my, like, really bad handiwork right here. This was the one that I built that's kind of bad. And in fact, one of the wires, like, unsoldered itself, so I need to fix that if I want to use this. But yeah, that was what I built in roughly a week, and it had, like, the most basic functionality ever, where it would just, like, DI left and right and mash shield, which is exactly what you're seeing right now. But I mean, that's all you really need for, like, the most simple combo practice in the game. Which is to say, being able to do, like, this and Up Throw Thunder, and I'm still, like, messing with the timing. And then I eventually, like, got into, like, slightly more advanced, but still mostly personal projects, like the input display that I'm not using right now for good reasons. But yeah, I really got a lot deeper into GameCube controller modding after that. And another video that I am actually planning on making pretty soon is a video on potentially notching GameCube controllers for Ultimate, which sounds kind of weird. I know that, like, people notch controllers for melee for like shield drop angles and perfect firefox angles, but I think that there's definitely some merit to doing it for ultimate as well. Like, if you just like hold your control stick in the diagonal up notch and press A, on some controllers you'll get an upward angled forward tilt, and on some controllers you'll get a turnaround up tilt. So if I just go to, or like, I'll buffer that upward notch from, yeah, so on my controller, it actually gives you a turnaround up tilt. So if I just like use Thunder and then buffer diagonally up plus A, which I'm trying my absolute best to hold the controller up to the stream with, on this controller, I guess to the left it gives me upward angled F tilt, and to the right it gives me a turnaround up tilt. So that's like a little inconsistency that I would love to be able to make more consistent. So instead of just having one diagonally upwards notch, I'd rather have two. And similarly, you could do it for the bottom notches, where like one of them is useful for downward angled forward tilt and the other one's useful for turnaround down tilt. So I think that like having those two notches is actually like a very important thing in Ultimate, because a lot of times I'll be like trying to two-frame someone. I'll be like trying to two-frame someone at ledge with a downward angled forward tilt, and then I'll just like get down tilts instead, right? And Pikachu's down tilt doesn't even hit ledge, so that's a problem. It's less of a problem with Pichu because one, you can't angle forward tilt down, so I would just use C-stick, and two, down tilt hits ledge anyway. But yeah, if you actually have like an important downward angled forward tilt, that's something that matters. That's for Kirby as well. So I would love to have different notches for that. And another thing that I kind of think that I might want to get notches for is like the perfect quick attack angle, where you go like just off center and then just off center in the other direction. I'm trying to like, yeah, that's about as perfect as you can get, and I would love to get it reliable. Yeah. Do I use the C-stick fastfall thing to make the nairs more consistent? I do not, actually. From what I remember reading, I forget who tweeted it. Someone tweeted it that they labbed it out, and there's like a 3-frame buffer window for using fastfall. So when I'm fastfalling the nairs, I just basically mash down on it so that I like probably guaranteed hit that 3-frame buffer window. But that being said, maybe I should use the C-stick fastfall. I don't know. I want the kind of triggers that the Pro has on GameCube controllers so I can short hop using trigger consistently. Yeah, so I actually do have the basically those modded triggers. Like, this is not going to mean a lot to you, but that's only how far down it goes, as opposed to a stock GameCube controller, which goes down this far, right? So I think that the modded ones, which you can get done at like almost any booth at any major or online, there's a bunch of different vendors who do it. You can get those done, and I strongly, strongly, strongly recommend it. One of the guys who I hung out with at Gommel for a long time was a modder by the name of Evil SSB. I think I tweeted about him. I'll actually try to find his exact... Yeah, it's Evil_SSB. And he does a fantastic job with all sorts of mods, including the digital trigger mods. These ones are actually not done by him, though. These ones are done by Shin, who apparently taught Evil everything that Evil knows. So Shin is with Fix My Sticks, I believe. That's his Twitter. Yeah, so I think that digital triggers, especially for short hopping, or for using specials, like, I don't have a face button set to special. Like, B is jump, A is attack, X is shield, and Y is jump. The only button I have on my entire controller that is special is R button. Now you might be wondering, is that some sort of like random Beto artifact that you still have? Yes, but there's actually a really good reason for it as well. If you get like, oh, actually, I'll show you the thing. So if you get grabbed and you're mashing really fast out of a grab, technically speaking, the optimal way to do it, if you want to get out literally as fast as possible, is using the control stick in a circle. But it's really, really difficult to get optimized. And so I find that from like a human perspective, just mashing your finger over top of the 4 face buttons, that is actually optimal. Now what's really nice about not having any face buttons set to special is special is the highest priority when you're buffering stuff. So if you just like mash a ton of face buttons, you'll basically always buffer a special afterwards, which for Pikachu is probably going to be Skull Bash, which kind of sucks. Like, yeah, it's a little bit safer in this game than it was in the past, but if you're really trying to mash out of a grab, you're probably going to accidentally buffer a special, and I know this happens to... It used to happen to me all the time, and I know that happens to people all the time, but if you have no face button set to special, then you won't possibly buffer a special. It also means that, like, run, turn around, thunder is a lot easier because I'm just hitting, like, Y and R at the same time, which I can keep both of my fingers on top of. And if I really want to do, like, the run short hop thunder, then I just move my thumb up here and hit B, which is also jump. So in theory, this could be special, and I could have R set to jump. But I don't know. The whole double 2 jump button macro I think is useful, and I think that whenever I'm using that, I'm using it with special, because obviously you don't want to be using it with attack, because 1 jump button and attack is already a short hop. So yeah, I think it's useful to be able to push 2 jump buttons and special at the same time, which, unless you're gonna, like, rub the edge of your finger on X and Y at the same time, you basically need either a trigger set to jump or special. And then, for the reasons I mentioned before of not wanting to buffer specials out of mashes, I think that it's important to have no face button set to special. Anyway, do I have a video method or... Sorry, do I have a method or video plan to how to get up throw thunders Pikachu? I haven't done enough research. I talked to Esam about it at Gommel, and he said that you have to dash forward for precisely 7 frames and then do the jump thunder, which sounds hard as hell. He's done the research, so I feel like he should be the one to make the video, but I might also... I don't know. I really want to remake the Pichu up throw thunder video as well, and if I did that, I would probably just, like, include Pikachu as well. Just cause. Yeah, and you can also do wave bounce specials with trigger on special. Like, sometimes when I'm doing the wall jump thunders, whoops, that was not the right sequence of inputs. This isn't how I usually do it, but I know that you can just do, like, the wall jump with trigger set to special, or sorry, using C-stick. However, I think it's, like, just as easy to do wave bounce thunders normally. Yeah. Do I think that I can play Jigglypuff on a competitive level? I think that Puff has some counterpick potential for sure, but I think that solo maining Puff is an incredibly difficult endeavor that I would not put myself through. I think that in so many matchups, you have to straight up camp, like, as hard as you can and never lose the lead, because Puff struggles to approach in so many matchups. So basically, like, the name of the game for a lot of matchups is literally don't ever lose the lead. Also, thank you. I like my Puff combos too. Anyway, oh yeah, so this is the Wario Bite challenge, which a friend of mine on my Discord showed me of how to, like, practice / verify that your mash is good. You set your own damage to 999, and you set the Wario to use neutral special, and then you try to get out before he's able to bite you twice. So I'll probably get 3 times here because I'm not, like, warmed up for it, but... Oh, okay, so that was a 2 chomp. So 2 chomp is, like, basically near the peak of what a human can do. In fact, I think that, like, a fast 2 bite is literally as fast as humanly or, like, as fast as theoretically possible. Thank you, Chris. What matchups would I consider Puff for? I think that Puff does well against Peach and Daisy. I'm just gonna look at the roster for a sec. So I think Puff is a good pick for Peach Daisy. Who else is a relevant top tier that you could consider her for? I think that Puff probably actually does okay against Pichu. Just because Pichu can't really camp Puff, and Puff can actually camp Pichu pretty hard. I was never actually selling advanced training mode Arduinos, sorry Werepig. I know that Linyoa was, but I just kind of made, like, a really okay-ish guide on how to how to build them yourself. Hi King 3D. Oh yeah, I totally did beat Esam's back air record, and I recorded it too. I just never bothered to post it because I wanted to get to 2,000 and I was mad that I couldn't. Yeah, I think, sorry, when I say Pichu beats Jigs, actually, I don't even remember if I said that, but I lied. I think that, like, Pichu is a matchup that you could feasibly win with Jigs, even if it's not, like, an actually advantageous matchup, as opposed to some other things like Lucina. Like, I really don't think that Puff should ever be beating a competent Lucina. How do you do the infinite back airs? That's just like a training mode trick where you set them to fixed damage, so they never actually gain damage, and you're just always hitting Ridley with back air at 0. It is decent attack cancel practice, but believe it or not, this might surprise some people, but I already do the vast majority of my back airs as attack cancels. In fact, I do way more attack cancel back airs than RAR back airs, and in fact I'm bad at RAR back airs. And the reason for this is really funny. It's because with Beto, I would literally always RAR by hitting C-stick backwards in Smash 4. So to me, the motion of like hitting C-stick backwards before I jump is not only natural, it's like the only way that I'm used to doing RARs. Whereas hitting like the joystick backwards and then jumping, then hitting the C-stick in the direction of the aerial that I want, that to me, despite being the natural way for most people, is really unnatural. Anyway, so for the Ridley thing, you just set fixed damage to on. And I think that's it, yeah. And then you just like do this. So, believe it or not, I think that the harder thing than doing attack cancel is actually just like doing a standing RAR or a standing back air in place without it accidentally turning into forward air like that. That one's kind of like intentional, but yeah, doing attack cancels is like really easy. These are all attack cancels. If anything, like with really easy as I mess up. With attack cancels, the only problem with like this Ridley thing is that like sometimes you dash too far and actually don't scoop them up. But yeah, it also makes it so you get to the edge of the stage a little bit faster, and then turning it around is a little bit harder. But you can still do it. I'm not gonna bother trying to get a new combo record with back air. At the other end of the screen, you literally just like jump back air the other way. Like he's still basically inside you, especially if you've been like attack canceling, because then you're like basically far in front of him. But again, all of this is like beside the point. I want to be practicing more of the combos against Joker. Specifically, I want to be able to react to down throw DI so that I can start the up air loops, because those are like actually broken against Joker. And if I can kill him at like 60, then he doesn't get our Sen, which makes me a very happy boy. Yeah. What do I think are Pichu's worst matchups now that the game has developed more? Snake Olimar, I still put as like 2 of his worst. I really think that Pichu struggles against Peach, but also like I'm a low-key believer that Peach is just like very broken. That being said, it's not like she's broken to the point of having no bad matchups. She does have some bad matchups. It's just that her bad matchups are like Shulk and Lucina and characters with swords. I think that if Peach doesn't have to worry about you outranging her, which she doesn't with Pichu, it's a very tough time. Like you can't, it's so hard to get through like a wall of float canceled back airs as Pichu. Can we make this 69 viewers? I hope so. Yeah. Back on to... Oh good, he's still rolling. Good to know the Arduino is still like doing its thing the whole time. I'll put him at like 40 damage. In what scenarios do you use Pikachu's fair? Oh, F-tilt. Pikachu's F-tilt is actually just like a surprisingly long-range move. Like, I don't know, I can hit him from here. It's like a good poke, and if you use it from far enough away, it's like, I think 12 damage or something. He's at 40 right now. Yeah, 12.6 damage. So it's like just a kind of strong get-off-me move. Like, just imagine Lucina forward tilt with like less range. I do sometimes do lessons, yes. Not like at this exact moment in time, because I had Gommel last week, I have Momocon that I'm leaving for tomorrow, and I have Smash and Splash that I'm leaving for the next day. How do I feel about Pichu versus Roy and Chrom? I quite like those matchups. I feel like I can just like abuse their disadvantage really well. That being said, I haven't played against super good Chroms and Roys, so yeah, time will tell how I feel about that one. Like There was a really good Ike slash Crom in my region, and his Crom gave me less trouble than his Ike, so I don't know if that really says much about the matchup. However, now his Wolf gives me by far the most trouble. But I just kind of suck against spaces in general. I lose to Foxes and Wolves all the time. I beat a Wolf at Gauntlet though, so that was nice. The Brian Z, the Wolf that beat Myron. He actually switched to Pokemon Trainer game 2 and 3. But it was still a 3-0. Not like a blowout 3-0 or anything, but it was comfortable. Yeah, so that'll eventually tumble him, but like realistically there's no real situation in a game where I would be actually connecting this many uppers before going off stage anyway, so like it would still work. Thank you for the good luck at Momocon this weekend. Do I have a specific method or routine to edgeguarding as Pikachu? Oh, I can hit him from the back there. That's kind of good. Not a really specific one. What I'll often try to do if like people are coming from, hold on. Let me stop him from doing that, and we'll go to this. If people are like coming from this angle, sort of, what a ton of players like to do when they're in this exact situation, assuming they still have their double jump, which obviously I don't right now, is they make it look like they're gonna kind of go low-ish and then jump at the last second. So just remember where on the screen Pikachu is right now so that this next example makes sense. So if they are there, then what I'll do is kind of just like try to preemptively jump and double jump immediately, and it'll just catch people like right out of midair. Like if you rewatch my set with JW, I hit him with that, and I think that's super reliable just because like a ton of people think to themselves that like going high is a safer option, and in general it actually like it is a safe option a lot of the time, because like a lot of players when they're on stage they don't want to double jump to like give up their stage position, right? But because of that, it kind of becomes the counter meta, where the meta for being on stage is like staying low so that you can like cover a lot of things. Because even if they double jump to recover them, you're still catching their landing, but you generally won't hit them when they're already as far off stage. So it's like less of a good situation for the edge guarder. Even if it's more reliable, you'll like get less reward off it. So what I like to do is just kind of call out that habit with like a double jump forward air, and I think that works very well. If they're going low, one that I more or less shamelessly stole from Esam is, okay, bad joker, is he likes to just like, let me turn this off for in advance, he likes to just do like a shameless drop zone down air, and that hits a lot of people, catches them off guard. That's actually another one that's really good against tether recoveries, if you can like hit them as they're swinging to ledge. And then another one that's like just kind of generally good is if they're at like relatively high percents, just kind of jump off stage and like fall with them until they get close enough to you, and then hit them with like a double jump back air, assuming they're at the percent the double jump back air would kill. And last but not least, the one that I personally think is like a ton of fun to edgeguard with, even though I've only gotten it like once in my life, is you do a drop zone up air into upper loops. I think that you have to do like drop zone up air, double jump up air, forward air, and then you have to skull bash to recover, and then do like slight angles. But yeah, that one is like by far the most fun to get, because you get like, yeah. Me and Esam jabbing at ledge, that catches everything except for get up, attack, and roll. And when I say everything except get up, attack, and roll, that literally just means jump and neutral get up. But like those are the two most common options anyway. It just kind of forces a lot of damage. And if they do like neutral get up, then like it's just stupid how much damage jab does. Like he was at 40 when we started this, and now he's at like 56. So yeah. Anyone you recommend for learning Pika? I know that Esam had like a bit of a beginner guide. I would recommend checking that out. But also just like watching me and Esam footage is like really, really valuable, and you'll learn a lot about that. Yeah. Noah, Kirby tips. Learn the combos and don't lose the lead. Kirby is actually very, very solid at keeping a lead, but not solid at all at making comebacks. Like, if you're making a comeback, you basically have to rely on your opponent making, like, not just a mistake, but, like, a pretty bad mistake. And at higher levels of play, that's just not feasible. But if you do maintain the lead the entire time, it's actually, like, then your opponent has to wait for you to make a pretty significant mistake. I think that Kirby is actually, like, very underrated in the meta right now. It's just that despite being an incredibly, like, simple character conceptually, like, all of Kirby's attacks do exactly what you would expect them to do. And, like, the combos are, like, relatively easy to grasp once you have a, like, basic idea of them. The hard thing about Kirby is playing with enough discipline that you don't just make poor decisions and, like, lose the lead for it. Because, like, a lot of characters you can afford to be, like, aggressive and, like, risk reward is generally in your favor when you're, like, going on the offensive. Or at least, like, pressuring from a close distance. But I don't think that's the case with Kirby. I think with Kirby you have to, like, turtle really, really hard. And if you're doing it right, it's hard for your opponent to beat you. But as soon as you lose the lead, it's very hard for you to come back as Kirby. As for, like, other things to practice for Pikachu, pretty much, if you have the Arduino, just practice what you see me practicing here. And last but not least, get really comfortable with quick attack angles. There's a lot of really cool ones that you don't necessarily see people do all the time. Like, one thing, okay, here's actually, in my head, the thing that separates experienced Pikachus from people who are kind of, like, playing the character casually. And sorry if I offend any hardcore Pikachu mains with that if they don't do this, but I think that, like, doing these downward angles to ledge and then, like, tapping up so that you don't just go past the ledge, that's, like, what separates the old Pikas from the new Pikas. Because if you never do that, then, like, your angles are always just going to be, like, diagonals and horizontals upwards and forwards, and those are, like, way easier to intercept because you basically have, like, if you imagine, like, a line drawn from here, like, along that red line, down to, like, that line, connecting that to stage, all they need to cover is, like, basically that section of pie. And that's, like, not too hard to do. Also, I think it's really funny that you can just, like, make the arrow point in any direction for, like, 1 frame. That's surprisingly useful for these tutorials. Anyway, so the thing that, like, separates the Pikas is being able to do, like, these angles to ledge where you go, like, at it from above. Literally in slow motion. I can't do that even though I do it in real time all the time. Yeah, those ones are really good. Another one that's kind of funny is being able to do it directly down from ledge. I'll show you if you do it wrong. If you do it wrong, it looks like this, where you, like, go past ledge first, which is still not even bad. But, like, being able to, I'm going for, like, the hard one right now, where it's, like, basically right above ledge. But you can, like, super instantly snap like that, and I think that that's, like, really, really good for throwing off your opponent because specifically starting quick attack from right here, that angle does work with Pichu as well. But if you specifically start quick attack right here, every single person who's experienced against Pikachu, even if they know that it's, like, me that they're fighting against, that I do this all the time, they still expect that you're gonna go horizontal like that. Like, everyone who starts quick attack there will go horizontal and then diagonally down on the second quick attack to just get as far away as possible. And knowing that, it's, like, pretty easy to cover, which is why people, as soon as they see that, they'll start dashing that way. Yeah, they'll start dashing the way that the arrow is pointing now, right? So if you start right here, then your opponent, especially if they, like, if they're, 1, observant enough to see that little arrow, they'll probably start dashing. Or 2, if they're just, like, experienced against Pikachu in general, they'll see you starting quick attack there and assume that you're going to dash forward. So they'll probably, like, go to the midpoint between your 2 quick attacks and either throw out a strong attack or just run past it entirely and try to, like, shield the second quick attack and punish you for it. Which is why if, from this position, you instead go down to ledge and then hold up so you can snap ledge right here, all of a sudden, they started dashing backwards or committed to attack or something, and now you're right here, and you can, like, get off ledge and punish them for it. And I do this kind of mix-up all the time. Even if you're, like, doing it from ledge and you don't have invincibility, no one, and I mean absolutely no one unless they are, like, making the hardest call out in the world, will see you starting quick attack here and think, oh, I'm gonna cover ledge with, like, a downwards angled forward tilt or forward smash or something, right? So I got so much mileage out of it in Smash 4, and people who have like watched my Pikachu a lot before, they've even told me like, man, how do you like get away with all those quick attacks, like quick attack regrabs and stuff, and why is that always you who's just like doing that all the time, and it's like so unsafe? But it's just the position that you're starting quick attack from. It's so counterintuitive that you would ever go back to ledge from there. Like, I'm up here, I'm quick attacking, most people expect me to like do that or something, or as a mix-up maybe that, but like no one expects you to just go to ledge and then all of a sudden, even though you don't have invincibility, they are never there to cover it. And I think that it works with Pichu to an extent, but also Pichu is generally a little bit higher risk because one, you're damaging yourself to do it in the first place, and two, because you don't even have the hitbox on agility, people tend to not be holding shield as soon as they see you starting up agility, so they're more likely to swing right away. Because like Pikachu quick attack will beat like someone swinging a little bit too late, but like Pichu using agility, even if like let's say I'm Joker and I'm standing here and I see Pichu starting like agility right there, if I just like randomly smash attack like up or down or left or right or any direction, it'll basically hit the Pichu if they're trying to agility through me. Whereas with Pikachu, like if he doesn't time it properly, I'll just hit him and then get away. Actually, another thing about like counterintuitiveness is when I was playing against Void at Gommel, he kept getting me with that angle on Battlefield. All the way to the far platform, and that was something super impressive that like I had never seen before and never thought about doing, and I was like, he caught me off guard with it like 5 times or something. I was just like, watching it in retrospect, I'm like, damn, that is such a good angle, because like as soon as someone starts quick attack here, or sorry, agility there, it's like, I never see agility or quick attack started there, so I just didn't know what to expect. Whereas most of the angles that I like to do, they take advantage of the fact that I start quick attack in like positions that people kind of have like a built-in expectation about if they play against Pikachu or Pichu often. So it can really throw... Oh my god, Joker. That was honestly like close to a jump scare for me. If like people have a built-in expectation about where they think you're gonna quick attack based on where you're starting, that's where you get to like really play with their, you know, their mind a little and kind of subvert expectations with your quick attack angles. Anyway, sorry, that was like a super long rant about quick attack, but how do you beat Peach with Pika? I wish I knew. I like Kirby for that matchup. I also like Jigglypuff for that matchup, but I think I like Kirby more just because you can crouch and down tilt and that beats like all of her options. Yes, if you lose the lead with Kirby, then you're kind of boned. Or if you just let them farm turnips until they get a bomb, you're also kind of boned. But in general, gameplay as... Oh, did we finally hit 69 viewers? 67 on my screen, but like, I'll trust you that on yours it's 69 because YouTube fuzzes numbers. Oh, it's 69 on my screen now. Hell yeah. Anyway, so train of thought is gone. Right, beating Peach. So when I'm going Kirby, my game plan is so incredibly basic that all I need to do is just like watch her, and when she gets close, down tilt, and when she doesn't get close, maybe like walk forward and crouch again. And occasionally like space with a fair as a mix-up, but that's like it. So as Peach, you need to like completely change up your game plan because you're like used to being able to hit everyone with like flow cancels, aerials, and nairs and stuff, but like with Kirby, when he's crouching, you just like can't get your nairs to connect properly, and down tilt just like outranges it, and it's hard to like come in with a fair or something because it's so like telegraphed if you are actually starting up a fair that the Kirby can just like parry it into down tilt or whatever. So I don't think it's a winning matchup for Kirby, but it is so much executionally simpler to play as Kirby in that matchup that it's almost always worth it. If you're already like a competent Kirby, just go Kirby in that matchup because like you don't have to think about very much stuff at all. You're just kind of like walking around, crouching and down tilting, whereas the Peach is like worried about every single move connecting. Yeah, any tips for escaping combos? SDI more than you think. SDI more than you think. Everyone thinks in this game that like SDI was nerfed so you don't have to do it. No. I literally had a conversation with Locust about this. I think it was like on our Uber plane ride home from Gommel or something, where we agree that like playing against people who SDI literally is like playing this game on hard mode. Like, if I'm playing against people who are just like putting their controller down and maybe like holding DI in a certain direction, it is so easy to get combos. But like as soon as you see they're starting to SDI stuff, it just way harder. Way harder. How is Pikachu ground game? It's good, but it's not as good as it was in Smash 4, and that's entirely because pivots were removed. I'm probably just still salty about that, so take it with a grain of salt. If anything, the thing that's like stupidly buffed about his ground game is that dumb move that shouldn't be nearly as good as it is. Actually, I think that I have no idea what song this is. Actually, one other thing, stream, can you hear the music? Because I literally just put on Spotify's Discover Weekly, which is giving me like emo stuff lately, but I'm a fan of it. I like emo music. Anyway, carry on. When I say SDI, honestly, it almost doesn't matter which direction you're SDIing. Like, there are definitely situations where it does matter, and like you can make it easier or harder for your opponent. But just in general, if you don't know which way to SDI, almost anything will just help. It'll make it harder. Like, Peach combos, everyone's just like, man, as soon as I get, like, down tilted once, it's just, like, put your controller down because you're taking 70. But, like, if you're SDIing, you're making that Peach work for it. Like, the way that she does her flow canceled nairs, if the difference between, like, doing a nair on an opponent who, like, is here and one who, like, SDI'd just a little bit, so, like, now the difference between you is this, that is so much harder for her because she has to, like, she's already, like, holding down to do the float cancel, and then she has to, like, move it to neutral to get the neutral air, and then move it to forward to move forward a little bit, and it just makes it, like, way more tight for the Peach player. And again, in this game, especially like only 6 months in or whatever, execution, nobody is perfect, and the more you can make it have like opportunities for human error, the more you're gonna get out of stuff. Also, there was a guy who I was playing against at Gommel who told me that he was SDIing, and I watched his controller and he was like using the C-stick to SDI, and I'm just like, bro, the C-stick does nothing for SDI. I now take that back partially. C-stick does nothing for SDI if you're using tilt stick, but I didn't know this. Smash stick, C-stick will actually count for SDI inputs. So if you are using smash stick, the way that I would recommend doing it is hold your control stick in one direction and flick your C-stick in a perpendicular direction, and that should give you 3 SDI inputs every time you do it properly. Remember, you can actually only SDI once every 4 frames in this game, so for a multi-hit move like Pikachu back air, if you want to SDI optimally, what you're actually doing is just you're going to tap the direction that you want to SDI every single time, like in time with the move. So like you hear it go like you would just go like with your control stick, and that would give you optimal SDI. However, that can be a little bit difficult sometimes, especially if you don't know exactly when and how frequently the move hits you. So using quarter circle SDI, just like in Smash 4, is still really good, where you basically wiggle your control stick between like 2 notches that are 90 degrees apart from each other. And that gives you like roughly optimal SDI. Like, it's not actually optimal because like the optimal way to do it in this game is tapping the direction that you want to SDI every 4 frames. But again, that's difficult. And especially if you don't have Smash Stick, because like with Smash Stick, you can basically tap between your 2 different control sticks. Like, I'm just doing up with both of them, like, and if you do it roughly this fast, you should get actually optimal SDI, but that's using Smash Stick, which, when we're talking about optimal, I really don't think that Smash Stick is optimal, because I think that being able to attack cancel is super important. At least for me it is. I was literally playing around with Smash Stick yesterday, and I was thinking, like, you know, I can do up tilts, I can do forward tilts, I don't need Smash Stick. I lived with fucking special stick for a long time in Smash 4, which is like terrible for everything except for movement. Yeah, what was it? Using Smash Stick gives you SDI, and it gives you like turnaround down smash and stuff. But I just think that being able to do like the freedom of like RARs and stuff with attack canceling is way more important. Like, I attack cancel pretty much every single aerial that I'm doing that's facing away. Like, these are all attack cancels: attack cancel up air, attack cancel nair, attack cancel back air, attack cancel down air. That's more or less what I'm doing with like every single aerial. People turn up when they're playing for tournament. People sometimes turn up, but I don't know. I think that I play with so much more confidence out of tournament, which is a shame. I really wish that I could play with more confidence in tournament. I don't know. I want to turn back on the Joker stuff. I can't hit this combo like ever in tournament, except in like earlier rounds when I like already have a lead, so it's not like a huge deal. The one time that I've ever like hit this combo in tournament in a set that like super important mattered was against Mars last year at CEO, and that's like one of the highlights of my Smash career, that specific combo, just because I was like, oh my god, finally, like after all of these years of practicing this combo for like hours and hours and hours, I finally got it in a set that like super mattered. And yeah, that set was actually like the main reason I debuted on PGR as high as I did. Anyway, what are the inputs for attack cancels that aren't bears? You just hold your control stick in a different direction like after you're already done hitting jump. So like if I do dash to the right, then C-stick to the left, and then let my control stick return to neutral and press jump, then I get this, I get this attack cancel nair. I don't know why it was like not working for the first three, but yeah. That's how you do attack cancel nair. If you just keep holding forward, then that's the attack cancel bear. And then like similarly, you can kind of figure that like if you switch if you do like basically a quarter circle up or a quarter circle down, then you get the attack cancel up air or attack cancel back air, which I think is or sorry, down air, which I think is really useful for Pikachu because like, you know, attack or RAR up air or attack cancel up air combos into a lot of stuff really well. So if I just set this guy back to 0, okay, as soon as I can like, yeah, maybe I should okay, so I do that into a RAR back air. Let's do this into a RAR up, or sorry, attack cancel up air. Okay, so never mind. I was just kind of trying to like make that combo up on the fly, but like in general, RAR or attack cancel up airs are like really good as Pikachu. RAR / attack cancel down air pretty much literally doesn't matter at all, so don't worry about that. But obviously with some characters, like even Joker himself, they'd be super useful just because like his always sends in front of him. Best way to escape Pichu: down throw, short hop up air, double jump buffered nair, landing lag, cancelled, fast fall, back air, up tilt. Probably SDI. Like if it involves back air at all, just SDI up, and that ruins it. Thank you, Kieran. I was very scared at Gommel. Oh yeah, this was like off stream, so I don't think that very many people knew or saw. But against PC3X, I kind of got bodied like games 1 and 2. Game 1 we went to PS2, and I want to say that it was like a 2-stock. Then game 2 we went to FD, and it was either oh wait, no, sorry. Game 1 wasn't a 2-stock. I think that it went last hit, and then he killed me with an apple, and it sent me upwards. And I think that I probably could have DI'd to live, but like I didn't expect it to hit me upwards because I don't have a ton of familiarity with Pac-Man. Like, I knew that if he threw it directly down on top of me, it sent me upwards, but that one was like one that was bouncing on the ground, and I ended up getting hit with it, and I'm just like, oh, it's bouncing. It probably sends me horizontally, right? And not that strong. And then it just like rocketed me upwards, and I'm like, oh, Pac-Man's apple still sends like upwards now. I don't know if that was changed since 4 or if I was just actually like ignorant. But anyway, game 2, I think that was the one that he probably 2-stocked me, and he ended up killing me with like a bunch of Pac-Man stuff that I was like not super aware of. Like he would stand on top of the hydrant and like throw an apple down at me, and I mean it's nothing like groundbreaking or anything. It's just like options that I was like not expecting. And then like the next 3 games, I stuck with my FD counter pick, and then he also ran it back to FD 3 times in a row, or 2 times in a row. So We ended up playing game 1 on PS2, and then the rest of the set, all 5 games, or the remaining 4 games, it was all on FD. And every single game was really, really close, but I ended up clutching them out. I think that, like, I don't remember exactly, but game 5, I think that he had an opportunity to kill me, and it just, like, he either misinputted it or, like, something happened, and it didn't quite work out, but I ended up winning that set. And I do remember, like, I'm definitely not mad at anyone who was involved in this, but there was a lot of Michigan boys cheering for him. Michigan's very close to Toronto, obviously, so, like, there were a lot of them there. And I was wearing these exact headphones. They're like sound canceling. So between games, I like took them off to tell him like my band and pick and stuff. And this was after game 2 when I was down 2-0. And I heard like one of his boys cheering like super, super loud. So I just like looked back and gave him like a really long look. Like not an angry look, but more like, really, you're gonna be like cheering this loud? Either way, I heard that guy like right as I was putting on my headphones say like, easy 30, 3-0 for those uninitiated with cheering culture. And then it just felt like really good to reverse 3-0 him. I'm definitely, again, not mad at the guy who was cheering. I just, I got a little bit of sick satisfaction from hearing the easy 30 and then doing a reverse 3-0. Also, for those who don't know me, I am very good at reverse 3-0ing people. I've been on the dealing end of reverse 3-0s a lot of times, and only on the receiving end a couple times. And let me tell you, those couple times that I do get reverse 3-0'd, it hurts. But every time you like give someone a reverse 3-0, it feels really good. Yeah. Does Pichu and Pikachu like flat stages? Yes. They both really like flat stages, but also this might be a bit of a weird thing, but I think that in early meta, more people prefer flat stages in general just because combos are much easier to practice on flat stages, and it's much easier to have like an idea of what's consistent on a flat stage. Like, literally everything that I'm doing here, it works best on a flat stage, right? Because like, I'm talking and doing this at the same time and also just kind of like bad. But if I was doing this on like a platform stage, then like the second down throw, if he DIs in, he can actually like land on the battlefield platform, so like that's not gonna be super useful. But that being said, like as metas develop more and more, I think that more and more people like start to figure out not just their like flat stage combos, but also their platform assisted combos, and it can sometimes get like even better, which is why like you'll see in early meta, it's almost always the sword characters that prefer platform stages, because like in general their combos are like less integral to the gameplay, so like the fact that a platform interrupts it is like not as big a deal. And also in general, platforms are swords are great at sharking platforms, so you'll see that because sword users and like just general range characters seem to prefer platforming stages, the combo / rushdown characters almost always will prefer fighting them on like flat ground where my combos work and they can't like shark the platforms and stuff. But that being said, like as meta goes on longer term, the rushdowny combo-ish characters generally tend to get better at using platforms, or like understand their platform assisted combo trees a lot more. So things can like totally change. And also just like, if you're approaching, it's almost always simpler to have no platforms to deal with, and like, again, the rushdowny type characters, they would almost always rather have like exactly what you expect, no platforms to worry about, just like simple, how far away am I from you is like the only variable on the stage. Yeah, how did it feel to finally play Void? It felt really good, but I am sad that both of us were playing literally at like 11 a.m. in a very, very cold venue. Like, if you watch the VOD, you'll see that like I have a little hand warming packet there, and we were talking at the start of the set, and I was just like, man, it's really cold in here, and he's just like, thank you, finally someone else agrees with me. But like, yeah, for two like relatively high APM characters at that early in the morning in like a pretty cold venue, I feel like neither of us were playing our absolute best, and I wish that we could like have played it out in a situation where we're like both already warmed up and stuff. Yeah, so like situationally it wasn't ideal, but Me and Void have been like to lots of tournaments together, and so like we talk and we're like pretty good friends at this point. So it felt good to finally get to play him in this game. I have played him in Smash 4 before, and like I timed him out, but still lost the set. So it was more fun playing this matchup, where we're both a little bit more suited to going in, because it was like Pikachu Sheik in Smash 4, and he knows that I had a much more defensive playstyle in Smash 4, which kind of relied on people like approaching me in ill-advised situations, and so he just like didn't. And I'm not as good at adapting to having to be the one to approach, so I also didn't. And it just ended up being like very, very campy games, which is like, I want to say more my fault because I was losing for most of the time, but I still wasn't like adjusting and going in. But again, that's kind of just like how I play. If I am losing, rather than going in, I try to play the on paper incorrect strategy, but something that works for me is still continuing to camp, because everybody eventually breaks and goes in. And yeah, I just think that even if you're technically the one who's supposed to approach, if you still continue not to, the other person literally just like gets bored or something. And Void is like much mentally stronger than most opponents who I play against, so he didn't. Void played Pichu and I played Pikachu. What are the essential basics towards labbing in my opinion? Okay, so there's two definitions of labbing that often get conflated with each other. One of them is like trying to figure out new things, and the other one is just like grinding execution and practicing. The one that I'm doing right now is just grinding execution and trying to like not mess up these combos anymore. And I think that the essential to doing that is having one, either a really good friend who will hold all the buttons for you all the time, or two, the much easier strategy is having an Arduino controller, kind of like this, except not this exact one since I'm not using it right now. And having that to do the DI and spamming air dodge like what you're seeing right now. I think that that's like the most important thing if you're practicing execution. As for practice or like labbing in the more traditional sense of like figuring out what works and when to use certain things, I think that like the knowing and being comfortable with using the frame advance tool is probably the most important thing. It doesn't work when the other controller is mashing L, but just being able to do that and like figuring out whether or not things are true using frame advance is like really important. That's actually how I've figured out a lot of things. Like lightning loops, I first kind of validated that they existed by using this frame advance tool, which was at the time, this was like December 2018, revolutionary to me, because I'm just like, god damn, nothing like this existed in Smash 4. I can actually finally like be rigorous with this stuff instead of just kind of thinking like, oh yeah, it mostly works, and then like ask my friend to come over and be like, hey, can you like push air dodge for me so that I can see if this actually works. But yeah, being able to like just rigorously find out in training mode if things work is super, super nice using that frame advance. Apparently there's a bug right now where electric moves don't have the right amount of hit lag in training mode, but they do have the right amount of hit lag in like actual mode, which is stupid, but hopefully it'll get fixed. It only really matters for Pichu. But yeah, other things, what I like to do, most of like the flat ground combos have been more or less figured out. There's some stuff that I've been kind of trying to toy around with like starting combos with up throw into weak hit up air into nair, but I don't think that it's ever going to be like that reliable. But just kind of like using a move and then figuring out like what are all of my possible options that can like connect and be true out of this and which ones are good. Doing that and just going from there is a good idea. Like this combo, I really want it to be true because I think that it would be like super good if it was true, and then you do that like, I'm imagining that being like on Battlefield, so it goes like onto a side platform or something, and then you like continue the upper loops from there. Yeah, I sometimes live stream. I do it less than I should. But again, with that like up throw combo that I just was showing off, it's just pretty much strictly inferior to this combo anyway. He's also not matching any escape options, so like that was more or less fake. But yeah, the essentials to labbing are just you hit with a move and you see, okay, what is literally every option that I have out of this, and then just try them all in sequence and see, okay, which one leads to something that has more damage, which one is like more likely to work. Sometimes you think, okay, which one might not be true but will catch people off guard, and like always assume that most people are going to do whatever you would do as your default panic option in that scenario. So like if someone up throws me like this, what I'm actually going to do is almost always jump. So this up air will pretty much not work reliably just because people will probably jump out of it. And sure, it might hit like air dodge because air dodge has a little bit of startup, but it's generally not that good of an option. Yeah, any advice for a Jigs player going against a Pichu or Pikachu? I seem to get beat out in the air a lot. Yes, I actually do have a lot of advice for that matchup. Get comfortable with parrying and get comfortable with crouching, and use a lot more just short hop retreating nair than you're used to. Neither Chew really has like a good long range quick air disjoint that will beat your nair, so you can like kind of float around with nair and stuff. Their best option to beat it is to like get on top of it with down air or like get underneath it with up tilt. And both of those are like good options, but your nair will basically beat out like the common like fair and bear spacing with them, especially with like the strong hitbox of nair, because it is like a surprisingly disjointed move. Just because like she sticks her big toe quite a bit farther forward. Finally, sorry, ask me more if you need more help. I'm just kind of like going through chat as fast as I can. Finally, do you believe to advance from a mid-level player to a high-level player, specifically would be more important to learn neutral or combos in your character? I genuinely think why not both? Like, a lot of people, it's weird. I want to be like a purist and say neutral is king, and like as long as you never get hit, you can never lose, but that's just like not realistic, especially in like the high variance environment that is Ultimate, and it's very important for you to get as much off of each interaction as possible, especially because if you can like show your opponent like from the moment that you touch them for the first time that like, yeah, I'm a scary player, as soon as I hit you, you're taking like 40 damage or 60 damage, that will literally just like make them play more cautious and generally worse, and you can take advantage of that a lot better. So like in a sense, by having a better combo game, you like get a better neutral for free because your opponent will play like more scared of you. So I think both of them are equally important, and ignoring one of them in favor of the other it's not a trade-off that you have to make, and I would recommend practicing them both equally. If anything, practice more of your conversions first, just because then when you start like playing friendlies against people and trying to like work on neutral, because it's hard to work on neutral by yourself, but it's very easy to work on like advantage and conversions by yourself. So if you practice like the advantage and conversions by yourself and then like practice against people to get a grip for neutral, you'll have a better idea of how they respond to like your scary advantage state, and then you can kind of understand how they're going to play against that a little bit more. Like for example, if I'm like jumping around with back air as Pikachu, in general, it's a pretty good neutral tool, but it's not like amazing. Like disjoints beat it, just shielding and then having like a good out of shield option generally beats it. However, the reason that it's effective is because people know that if I hit them with a back air, I'm dealing a lot of damage because it's a good combo starter. It will get me like a good string that does like 30-ish damage, maybe more if they like don't SDI properly, and then almost always get them in an offstage situation, which just lets me continue my pressure. But if I didn't know how to do all that stuff and I just like hit you with a straight backer, you're like, woo, 9 damage, and you're much less afraid of it. So it will change the way that people play against you if they know that your advantage state is good, and it's not really worth it to learn how to play neutral if you don't have the advantage state to complement it, right? So like you're using backers and stuff in neutral as Pikachu maybe, for example, but if people know that you're not going to get a ton off of back air, the way that they play against it is much different, because they'll be more willing to maybe like trade with it or just play aggressively around your back air because it's not a threatening option. As soon as you show your opponent that it's a threatening option, that changes the way they play, so that will change the way that you can then like take advantage of their habits. Your friend says that he loves my video, or my channels. Thank you, thank you. I did not drop Pichu. Actually, I'm literally going to play Pichu right now. I still love playing Pichu. I just... Actually, okay, so I was going to make a video about this, and I was like mulling over the script in my head, but I don't know. It probably won't be ready before I leave for DreamHack. or sorry, not DreamHack, Momocon. I really want to make a video on like why Smash more than like a ton of other video games, specifically more like genres, why fighting games in general and specifically Smash kind of lend themselves more towards solo mains and one tricks essentially. I was gonna have a clickbaity title like "One Trick Ponies, Why Are There So Many" or something, just because that's a popular phrase right now. Thanks, Salem. Anyway, I want to do that because I think that just the way that Smash sets are set up just naturally lends themselves towards one tricks and solo maining being just a much better idea. Like, you blind pick game one, so you're never going to be able to like force yourself into a good matchup game one, so it is much better to be able to handle every single matchup with your main than it is to have like different characters for every matchup, because how are you going to know what matchup you're going to get game one? You don't. So like, if you lose that game one, then sure, maybe you counterpick a good matchup game two, but like then game three, you can't counterpick. So like, if that was a losing matchup, they can just counterpick you, and it's, in general, you will have a lot more success if you're like reliably winning game ones and not relying on the coin flip of double blind, because again, in Smash, long-term consistency is much more important, because in order to win a tournament, you need to win like 10, like a major, you'll need to win like 10, 11, 12 sets in a row. You can't just be like something that works well when it works, but it doesn't work well when it doesn't work, because then you'll just like lose after 3 or so sets, and now you're either out of the tournament or you're just like in losers, and you double the amount of sets that you have to win in order to win everything. So being able to handle every matchup with one character is much more reliable, and I think that Pikachu has more, even if Pikachu like has more losing matchups than Pichu, which I don't know if that's true. I think that the matchups that Pikachu does lose, he loses by less. So I would rather have a character that I can reliably beat everyone with than a character like Pichu, where if I get like a snake or something, I'm just like, oh damn, what am I gonna do about this? So yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons I think that like Pikachu is more of a long-term character, because in a tournament where you like oftentimes don't know what matchup you're gonna get, Pikachu just kind of like does a better job of dealing with random matchups, or like hard matchups, than Pichu does. Especially with the thing that I was talking about earlier, where like Pichu kind of loses to like hard camp. I think that Pikachu doesn't lose to hard camp nearly as much, especially just because like Pikachu can zone break with quick attack, and Pikachu also doesn't hurt himself by just like camping right back at you with Thunder Jolts, whereas Pichu is like, if you're in a camp war as Pichu, you've already lost, because like you're literally just hurting yourself with every single Thunder Jolt. Also, I have no idea why this is like, oh right, Joker's like a fast faller, that's why this is like hard to actually get to work properly. Lightning Loop's a little bit more reliable on floatier characters. And Joker is not one of them. One actual combo that I kind of have been liking lately that I want to use in tournament is down throw, up air, and then you like start a lightning loop, but you go into a forward tilt right away. But again, I'm like not able to get this lightning loop because Joker is like the right fall speed and size that it's just super hard to get the timing, if possible at all. I don't even know if like loops work on Joker at all, or at least not the up air into back air loops. I don't think that I would actually go Pichu for Joker, by the way. I would definitely go Pikachu. But yeah, okay, I guess that's not the right percent. Joker's a fast faller, yeah. I'm pretty sure, at least. I'll look it up on Kurigane right now. I know it's Kurigane, but I think saying Kurigane is funnier. Anyway, they don't have air acceleration, or sorry, gravity, but fall speed is like similar. Where is good old Mr. Joker? Is Joker just not on Kurigane's list? Yeah. Cool, Joker's not on Kurigane's list, so let's just go directly to Joker's attribute. Ultimate Joker. I'm sure Kurigane has it, right? Yeah. Okay, so gravity is 0.127, and fall speed is 1.63. 1.63 for fall speed. Oh, okay, so that's actually like not nearly as fast as I thought. That's like literally the same fall speed as Donkey Kong. Okay. what did I say his gravity was? Either way. Why go for F tilt instead of continuing the loop? Because if you can get like F tilt into roll cancel grab, 1, it looks sick as hell, and 2, it's more reliable than going for another loop just because you can't SDI grabs, basically. Thanks 34 EC, I will stay safe. But yeah, I think I'll just show you on like a floatier character. I don't know, I think that the F tilt grab thing is really funny looking when it works, so that's why I'm a fan of it. Who would it actually work on? Probably Pikachu, actually. Yeah, actually I think I remember I was like labbing it out on Pikachu originally. So what it looks like is just I'm like apparently bad at loops now. Yeah, those are not quite right. Yeah, so that's what it would look like. So that's like 65 damage and you're only doing like 1 iteration of the back air loop. Now let's try it with Pikachu actually trying to escape properly. Again, it's like very heavily just because I think that F tilt to roll cancel grab is like the coolest looking combo that Pichu has. So that one actually worked with Pikachu doing like escape options. I just need to like probably go into a forward air there instead of a down air. And actually react to DI properly. But like forward tilt is also faster than up tilt by 2 frames, so like that up tilt keeps whiffing, but if I do forward tilt then it doesn't whiff. And then I can whip that, and look at that, 69 damage. Do I think that Pichu is not solo main viable? No, I think that Pichu like is solo main viable, but harder than Pikachu to solo main, just because Olimar and Snake are common at top level, and they're both difficult matchups for Pichu. People have also been saying recently that like Lucina is harder for Pichu than for Pikachu. I actually personally kind of disagree with that. I would rather fight Lucina as Pichu than Pikachu, but like Leo beat Void and not Isam, so maybe I'm just the wrong one on that. What frame is Pichu's F tilt? Yeah, it's frame 5, dude. It's nut. It's nice. Oh, actually, a fun meme video that I was gonna make that I still should, but I probably won't, is top 10 frames of Pichu's F tilt. Trust me, it'll actually be like good content because I do have strong opinions on which frames are the best. Thanks, Michael. You have a nice day as well. But yeah, so if I was going to combo Pikachu... Oh yeah, you actually have to do the roll cancel grab there. Which is cool. Honestly, okay, I genuinely think that F tilt and the roll cancel grab is like the sickest combo in the game, just because I think the like roll cancel grab looks like dope as hell when you actually make it work. The spark is so cool, and the fact that you just like rocket across the screen and like slide into the grab, I don't know, it looks cool. Me sliding into the DMs, like... Oh, but it's also like obviously noticeably harder to do than just like a standard dash grab. Do that, and look at that, real combos that actually exist. I think that I can probably just go directly into that. Yeah, okay, I can go into that. So if I really want to just be like cheeky, and again, another thing about doing it is like I think that Pikachu's loop is harder against CPUs, or like against like Arduino CPUs that are just like mashing out, but Pichu's loop is harder against humans that are SDIing. Roll cancel grab is so sick that characters with cool rules. Yeah. Anyway, oh, actually, okay, this is like, I'm having a hard time like keeping a train of thought because, I'm be real, I'm not used to like so many questions in chat like all at once, so my brain is jumping all over the place trying to like answer them all. But right now, on the topic of maining 2 characters from the same franchise, Surprise, surprise, look at who I'm playing. That would definitely, like, factor into, like, my, why are there so many one-tricks video, just because, like, I think it's really interesting to consider the fact that, like, who people main is, like, partially a product of, like, playstyle and, like, moveset, but it's also just as much your playstyle is influenced by who you, like, grew up playing in the game, and who you grew up playing in the game is probably entirely based on, like, what games you enjoyed as a child, which could also very heavily be based on, like, what games your parents bought you as a child. So, like, hey, did your parents pick your main? I don't know, man. My mom watched Pokemon with me all the time when I was, like, 6, so, like, is my mom the reason that I play Pikachu and Pichu and Jigglypuff? Who actually knows? My parents also, like, you know, they knew that I like Kirby games, so, like, they got me a lot of Kirby games, and hey, I'm actually a huge Kirby Jim. Big fan of him. So, hey, maybe that's why, like, there's a lot of, like, franchise mains, basically. People who, like, main either the same characters in the same franchise, or, like, characters with a very similar, like, aesthetic. Like, I don't know. You could say, oh, it's because, like, people like maining all the Fire Emblem characters because they all have swords, but it's equally just as much because, like, I don't know, you like Fire Emblem games, so you think, hey, I want to main these characters that I like. And then, like, as you become more competitive, even if that's no longer your motivation, it's still the thing that, like, shaped your playstyle. Yeah. When I was, actually, this is some fun lore. When I was growing up, I didn't touch Pikachu because Pikachu was my sister's character. I was the Yoshi man. I was that guy who goes like Yoshi in Mario Party, Mario Kart, Smash Bros. I was just like Yoshi fan like 420. But like as soon as Brawl came out, that was when like I started playing by myself and not with my sister. So without her there to play Pikachu, I was just like, oh, Pikachu's like I always liked Pikachu more than Yoshi, but like I just didn't touch Pikachu because that was her character. And then with like that out of the way, I was just like, let me try Pikachu. And in Brawl, Yoshi was kind of trash. And even though like I did try him a little bit, I just saw more success with Pikachu, and I was just like, oh, I've always really liked Pikachu. Why don't I just kind of do this? And now, lo and behold, I am Pikachu / Pokemon guy. Which I think it's really funny that like Esam is like Samus, or a Metroid fan. Obviously that's like what his name is based off of. But he is like just as much merged his identity as like the Pikachu guy. Even though like his love of games growing up was definitely a Metroid. And I think that he's said before that like I forget whether or not he said he's ever even played a Pokemon game. But like me on the other hand, like Pikachu was the like passion character that I loved growing up, and not just like a character that I loved the moveset of. So it's kind of cool to me how like those two different like sides of the same coin can both factor in. Yeah, he doesn't like Pokemon, so there we go. I love Pokemon and Kirby. Those are like why I love those characters. But I also, because of that, because of my love for the Pokemon and Kirby franchises, that's like why I've been playing them, and that's kind of like influenced my playstyle to the point where I don't know how to play with a sword, man. Like I don't always, but I sometimes complain about my characters not having range. But even when I play characters with range, like I've been playing like a lot of Lucina and friendlies and stuff, I just don't know how to use swords properly. You main Pichu, hashtag shoutout. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know why I'm practicing against Pikachu actually right now, other than the fact that looping Pikachu is very fun because he's light. Do that, and then I can get the roll to grab the D6. And I mess up the fastball timing. But anyway, Esam's not even going to Momocon, and even if he was, he most likely wouldn't be in that bracket. So this is irrelevant practice right now. Sorry, Pikachu, you gotta go. Anyway, once you commit to a character that gets in your face for combos, it's hard to play the opposite. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. When I play Lucina, I like doing, like, stupid rolls into people and then just, like, up being out of shield. Or, sorry, up being, like, out of roll. And then, like, half the time it whiffs and I get punished super hard for it. But I don't know. I like doing in-your-face sorry, in-your-face frame data, but I still kind of do it from a distance. Like, it's weird to describe my playstyle. It was really funny that my roommate the other day was mentioning, as he was watching me play Lucina, that, like, Lucina's not a me character, and he's like, yeah, your style of character is a cross between Pikachu and Jigglypuff, and I'm just like, so Kirby. Because Kirby is kind of literally a middle ground between Pikachu and Jigglypuff, except kind of, like, worse than both of them at the things that they're good at. I do think that Kirby is better than Jigglypuff overall in this game, by the way, just in case that was called into question just now. In Smash 4, I thought the opposite. I thought that Kirby was worse than Jigglypuff. And going back to Smash 4 and playing Kirby, I'm just like, he is terrible. Like, I don't know why I started having, like, any faith in that character near the end of the game. I think that I just thought he was really fun because, look at him, he's so adorable. He's so cute. Pikachu Up Throw Thunder works on some characters, but not all of them. Also, I really need to, like, take a moment to call this out in chat right now. SLGB, you hate that you picked up Snake day 4 of the game, but now he's popular and people hate him. Don't let that get to you. And I'm a bit of a hypocrite for saying this, because when I was playing Pichu a lot near the start of the game, I also picked up Pichu, like, right at the start. You know, and I also called, like, literally day 1, and I've retweeted it, like, 4 times, that I called that Pichu is the best character in the game, and it'll be a popular opinion in a couple months. And now I'm one of people who, like, actually doesn't think that. But at the time, I was originally playing Pichu, and everyone was like, yo, Pichu kind of cool. And then, like, more and more people started to hate Pichu, and it was sad, because I don't like being hated while I'm playing, and so I get exactly where you're coming from, SLGB, but, like, my best advice is try to get through it, and don't let the hate get you down, and also, if people hate your character, it means you're doing something right, because in general, fighting games are all about making your opponent's life unfun. Like, that sounds weird, but if you're playing any fighting game properly, your opponent probably won't be having a very good time. Like, sure, Rushdowny and stuff, your opponent might think they're having fun, but, like, the better you get, even if you are playing, like, a Rushdown style that, like, people think is fun, the more you're doing your job properly, the more that you're just, like, oppressing them and invalidating their options, and the less fun it will be for them. So if your opponent is not having fun, take that as a compliment. Like, I know it hurts, and I also felt really bad, and sometimes would just be like, okay, I'll play Kirby instead. But you really have to push through it, and don't let the culture of, these characters are bullshit, I don't want to play against them. Don't let that get to you, because it's bad culture, and try to fight against it as much as you can. Which, yeah, similarly, like, everyone in this chat, please never ever publicly rag on a character and their mains. I've literally done it before. I know for a fact that I'm being a hypocrite right now, but I try so hard to be conscious of it. Even jokes, just like, they don't help the narrative at all. So I was going to make a video that I was throwing around with my roommate the other day about, like, how to have the least amount of fun possible in Ultimate, and it would be this whole thing about, like, custom stages that don't actually let you play the game. And it was going to be, like, funny, and then it would be a dumb meme posty top 5 list where, like, 5 was like this custom stage, and then, like, the punchline at the end would be, and number 1, playing Olimar, have a good day. But I don't actually want to do that, just because even as a joke, it's just like those kinds of negative stereotypings about characters, just like, even if the top players are making them as jokes, mid-level and low-level players who don't necessarily have the time or even the desire to put in, like, all the patience and studying to learn counterplay and deal with characters, they'll just take it at face value of, I don't need to feel bad about losing to Olimars, because, like, Olimar mains, like, are subhuman, don't deserve rights, ha ha ha, jokes and stuff. But the more those jokes add up, the more it's likely to come to a person who doesn't think it's a joke and actually, like, takes it seriously. And that's exactly what happened with Bayo and Diddy and blah 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 blah. Yeah, so I have in the past hated on characters very publicly, and I've tried very, very hard in current year to not do that. And it's tough, like, even casual comments of, like, people were asking me what my bracket was like in Gommel, and I already regret doing this, like, a week later, but I said, oh, I hate my bracket, I have Mega Man into Snake into Olimar. and it's just like negative comments like those that just like destroy a community like slowly over time. And I'm trying so hard not to, you know, feed into that. It's better to be positive about anything or just say nothing at all. And I know that sounds cheesy, but like it's especially important for top players because there are a ton of players who like it's not even like a top player influencer type thing. It's just like human nature. Like I'm sure you've all heard the phrase before, like you're the average of the 5 player or the 5 people who you spend the most time with. That totally applies for like Smash celebrity dumb culture as well. Like even if you don't think that top players are celebrities, the fact is the voice of a top player is just heard by more people. So if you are like seeing 10 posts a day on, or like 100 posts a day on Twitter, and like 10 of them are people complaining about Olimar, if one top player posts something that's complaining about Olimar, like literally 20,000, 100,000 people will see that, and that just like their voice travels so much farther. And the more and more you see negative stigma around a character, the more that just kind of like makes you think negatively about the character, and the more you're gonna like not enjoy playing them, which means the person playing them will like have a worse time because they feel like you hate them and blah blah blah. It's just bad. I'm getting like super sidetracked because I do actually need to practice for Momocon. I don't want to drop my combos and stuff. Anyway, sorry that was like a super long tangent, but I think it's really important. And hey, you know what everyone here can do to help that? If you ever see a top player complaining about a character, including myself, just tell them that you're basically shooting yourself in the foot, because like top players, myself, and everyone else who like tries to make a living off this game included, if you like post negative stuff about a character, you're hurting the community, and that's literally hurting your own job. So I think it's stupid. I don't get why people would do that. As in, I get why people would do that, because sometimes you lose a set and you just have so many emotions and you're just like, damn, I wouldn't have lost if Snake up tilt wasn't bullshit. But like, you kind of got to roll with those things, and especially you as the top player, it's your job to like figure out counterplay. Like literally your job to figure out counterplay and not lose to them next time. And I definitely like, after I got bodied by Ally in my set at Gommel, like I more or less applaud him for getting a lot better at that matchup, because like you've seen him against like Esam before. He always kind of gets dumpstered. In that matchup, at least he beat Esam with Mario in a set at Battle of BC, and like my set against Ally at Battle of BC, it was like pretty close. I took a game off his Snake and like made a couple other ones relatively close, but like he's definitely leveled up both in that matchup and in general since then, and that's like good. He doesn't just like complain about Pikachu being like bullshit, beating Snake and being like carried. He just learns the matchups, and that is what top players should do instead of complaining. You think that Bayo was a problematic character? I personally loved fighting against Bayo, but most people will write that off as, oh, you played Pikachu, Pikachu did well against Bayo. And yes, that's probably partially true, but I don't know. I think that it was impossible to avoid all the negative stigma around Bayo, and I think that if like none of it had existed from top players and all of them had just been like Esam being like, bro, don't complain, just deal with it, there would have been like so much less negative stigma, and people would have kind of thought, oh, I'm losing to Bayo, that's probably my fault. And I don't know, it just would have been like, I sometimes dream about like what the community would have been like if like there wasn't so much negative stigma around like Bayo carrying people and stealing games. And the Bayo players themselves, like they definitely didn't start like a lot of the hate that they received, but they definitely like funneled into it by like playing the heel roles, which I get it. When that's happening to you and like everyone's hating you, like sometimes the best way to deal with it is just like learn to like enjoy it, and like getting to be a heel persona is kind of fun. But unfortunately, just like because of the amount of like toxicity that was going around about the character, like it didn't really help. And the fact that like very few players were on quote their side, besides the Bayo mains themselves, also didn't help. And say what you want about her like fundamentally breaking like aspects of the game, but I think that she was only the best character in the game by a little bit. Maybe that's a bad take, but I don't know. You're welcome, Versatile Mojo. Let me get this one. Damn. The Buzz has done that for a long time. Are we talking about like hating on characters or being positive about them? The real problem is the fact that Bayo was never easy to play at a top level, but it seemed like, yeah, Bayo is actually not that easy at any level, I don't think. Like, except at the level where people literally don't SDI at all, which is unfortunately... Okay, actually, here's another thing that I hated. Bayo literally just gave SDI a negative stigma. Back in Brawl, SDI was considered cool as hell. People would, like, show clips of, I think it was Mr. Doom, the Ike player, just, like, SDIing halfway across the stage, and everyone's like, yo, that's sick. But as soon as, like, Bayo's counterplay... Bayo had, like, the negative stigma, and then people were like, just SDI, and that became a meme. It just added so much negative stigma to SDI, and people were just like, oh, SDI is a stupid mechanic that shouldn't exist in a Smash game because, like, it's dumb that my only counterplay is wiggling the stick like it's Mario Party. And I disagree with that so much. I think that SDI is, like, cool as hell. And here's what I actually like in it, too. SDI was, like, invented. You know how in Mario Kart, people always kind of joke about, haha, your character should, like, turn more if you lean your body with it, because that's what, like, casual players kind of like to do. SDI is literally that for Smash Bros. Like, if you want to get out of a combo, you put, like, a little bit of physical exertion into it, and that's what SDI is. You're kind of, like, moving as hard as you can with just your thumb, but, like, I don't know. I think it's really cool to have, like, a less deterministic way to get out of combos, because it makes it, like, interesting, because not only you get to see, like, a high execution barrier combo, but you also get to see, like, high execution barrier counterplay. And I just think that that's, like, a really cool... It makes, like, every single combo unique, because, like, the amount of SDI that one person gets is usually, like, not predefined like it is in Ultimate, because you can only get one SDI input every 4 frames. And it made the Bayo players have to, like, react to exactly how much SDI their opponent got, and it made the person SDIing have to, like, react to exactly how much, or, like, what the Bayo player was doing. And it was, like, the most 2-player combo system in, like, any Smash game ever. Like, DI is one thing, but having, like, something so nuanced as SDI was, I think it was cool as hell. Like, we always talk about how, like, Smash combos are, like, so dynamic, and, like, no 2 Smash combos will look the same because it's, like, there's so many factors that influence it, but I think that, like, Bayo combos were, like, the pinnacle example of, like, player interactivity on both ends of the combo, and not just, like, pick a direction in DI and then the other person has to, like, react to what your DI was. SDI is cool as hell, and it got such a bad rep because of Bayo. Yeah, the S stands for Smash. But anyway, now SDI is, like, it's still useful in Smash Ultimate, but, like, it's so toned down, and it makes me really sad. Because, I don't know, I think that, like, SDI is what separates top players from, like, mid-level players, where, like, a top-level player will make you have to work so much harder for your combos, and it's not just like, oh, pick a direction and hold it, which anyone can do if you just tell them which direction to hold. It's like, you have to, like, actually exert yourself, and having good SDI was, like, one of the coolest things ever. I could go on for days about, like, how cool SDI was, but the fact that, like, it exists, and it kind of, like, doesn't break combos, but just makes you have to, like, work harder for them, that's exactly what, like, high-level competitive mechanics should do. And it also allows, like, the devs to balance things at, like, top level and mid level. Like, that's literally what Witch Twist was. Like, at mid/low level, Witch Twist was just, like, a bad move, because, you know, it's like a up special that does, what, 4 damage? But, like, once you have combos down, then it becomes, like, a broken move. So then, like, the next level to making it not broken is adding, like, some sort of counterplay that, like, casuals can't do, because the casuals can't do the combos in the first place, so why do they need the counterplay? And I don't know. I think it's, like, cool how there's, like, a tiering system where, like, the aggressor has, like, an additional option out of it, and then, like, the defender has additional options out of it. I could go on for days. My Dween kind of just SDIs by proxy, because it's just inputting left and right every other frame. So actually, you can see the little SDI sparks. Like, I don't know if y'all know this about Smash Ultimate, but, like, there's little white lines every time someone SDIs. So you can see that the white lines are, like, going to the left and to the right, which is just because it's hitting left and right on every other frame. Which is, like, not really optimal. You kind of want to be going, like, in the same direction every time. But the fact that it's random makes it good for practicing this combo with. Just because it's the hardest to deal with a random SDI. There is a setting for SDIing, but again, because it's the Arduino doesn't know whether or not it's in hit stun or hit lag. It just knows that it should be hitting left and right every other frame, so it's hard to have like human-like SDI and DI at the same time. It's kind of like pick one or the other. And for this Pikachu combo, like human-like DI is more relevantly important for me to learn how to play against. Yeah, actually, so sorry, I've been like ranting and not actually looking at chat right now. So weird question, but can you describe how you feel about how this game plays? I feel like some stuff in this game is so safe that most of the time whiff punishing is hard. Yes, I feel similarly about a lot of things being difficult to punish. I just wish that we had perfect pivoting. I literally think that perfect pivoting would make so much difference in this game and allow like so much better whiff punishing, because you could just like barely outspace something and like punish with a stupid dash attack. Oh, one of my gripes with this game is that dash attacks in general are just way too good. But that's more of personal preference. So to sum up how I feel about this game plays, I think that it's so close to being very, very satisfying. We literally just need like a micro spacing option, and I think that's what the role that perfect pivoting played before. Right now I'm kind of trying to like make it work with crawling, and I also see that like ESAM is using more crawling as well, which I think is really cool. Also, the notches on my controller right now are in the wrong spot for me to crawl to the left consistently. Like sometimes if I'm just a little bit off, it'll make me stand up and walk. Yeah, I miss being able to pivot. ESAM has won so many sets. Dude, like, everyone wins sets because of dash attack. Okay, here's something really stupid about dash attack. Okay, stop it, Arduino. So, dash attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the first frame. If you hit with this frame, you're -11 on shield. This frame is still strong, you're -10 on shield. This frame is still strong, you're -9 on shield. A shield grab, because it has like 4 extra frames of lag, even the fastest shield grabs at 6 become 10 with the extra shield drop frames. So if you hit with the third strong frame of dash attack, you literally can't be shield grabbed. It's stupid. Or sorry, like, yeah, because then you can use frame 2 spot dodge afterwards. So like, or even just like hold jab afterwards, which is also frame 2. So like you hit with like the third strong frame of dash attack, and then you're like just holding jab. So they would be able to get their grab off on this frame, at which point you're already like hitting them with the jab. Blah blah blah. You're the guy who's been sending emails to me recently. Oh my god, thank you. Oh, I'm glad that it worked out for you, Min. Also, yeah, I definitely recognize the name. I'm also really sorry that it took me like 4 days to respond to an email, because I definitely saw it one day while I was, I think, at a tournament, and I'm bad at making mental notes to myself, but I tried to. I was like, oh, okay, gotta remember to like respond to Min. And then like 4 days later, I'm like, oh, shoot, I forgot to respond, so then I quickly wrote up the one that you got from me. But yeah, I'm glad that it worked out for you. Thank you, thank you. What days am I going to Momocon? I'm leaving tomorrow morning at like 11. I'm actually traveling with Lemon, and I'm really excited for that because of 2 reasons. 1, Lemon's the homie, and he's really cool, and follow him on social media. And 2, he plays Joker, so I can practice with him with his Joker on the plane. Because I have like a little portable Switch dock thingy, kind of like the Panda Global one, but not the same one. It's the Hori one that I think a lot of people have. What's the question that I most often ask myself in order to win neutral? Okay, here's another take that I have that might actually be a bad one that top players would disagree with me. But I think that this game is very, very instinctual. And if you have to like physically ask yourself a question while you're playing, you're already at a disadvantage because of the processing time on that. The less that you have to consciously think about and the more you can let your subconscious deal with for you, the more you can actually like consider little things like your opponent's movement and stuff. So I'm not always like consciously asking myself questions. It's more or less just kind of trying to, and this is different than autopilot. Like, I think that the concept of autopilot is actually a very good one, but it's also given a negative stigma as much as possible. And actually, here's a fun quote from Void at like a Smash Fest or something when we were in Hawaii together. He asked someone why they used a Wolf Blaster at like 100 when I was at 170%, and the guy was just like, I don't know, it was autopilot. And Void's response was, well, then get a better autopilot. And I really do think that that is, like, that might have just been, like, a random spur-of-the-moment comment, but it genuinely stuck with me. So, like, if Void is ever going to hear me say this, thank you for that revolutionary moment for me. It was something that I already, like, kind of subconsciously knew, but, like, it was really great to hear it in those words. I do think that, like, being able to train your subconscious to be able to play very effectively for you is more reliable than always having to, like, mentally fatigue yourself and think about, like, every single interaction. So you can, like, save your focus for, like, the interactions that matter. So it's hard to think about every single button you press because, like, I don't know, there's a lot of buttons on a GameCube controller and also a lot of different directions that you can do. And basically, there are, like, so many possibilities at, like, every single stage of the game. Like, it's very hard to boil Smash down into some kind of, like, finite state machine because there's just so much stuff that could be happening. So the more that you can train your instinct to do, the better you'll be, because then you can save your, like, rational decision-making processes for, like, the stuff that matters. Anyway. No one pays enough attention to Rob. There are no good guides that I found on YouTube. Honestly, Jeb, one of my friends, Focus, he wants me to help him make more Rob content. I can tell him that there's, like, a lot of people who want a Rob guide. If you, like, know more people that want a Rob guide, because, like, he's really smart about Rob. Sometimes. Sometimes he's really dumb, but, like, a lot of the times he's really smart. And he's also, like, a huge believer in Rob, sometimes to a fault. Like, he was trying to say that Rob up air is a better anti-air than Ryu up tilt, which I, like, super disagree with, but I respect the fact that he has so much faith in his character. Anyway, more stuff. Do I know what Pikachu's frame data is? Yeah, for the most part. I have a very good idea of most of his frame data. Some stuff that's changed in Smash 4 I don't actually know, like, to the frame, but, like, most of the fast ground options, like F tilt in Smash 4 was frame 6. I'm assuming it's still frame 6 in this game. Let's just make sure that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, okay, it's still 6. Down tilt should be frame 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm pretty sure that's the first frame it hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Up tilt in Smash 4 was also frame, I believe 6 actually. I think it should still be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, never mind. It was yeah. It was totally 7 in Smash 4 as well. It was 7, 6, 7 for up, forward, down. Forward smash, it's like the slower the moves get, the less important the frame data is. Like, I'm pretty sure F smash hits on, like, frame 15 or something, but, like, that's generally less important than, like, the spacing of the move. I know the jab is frame 2 for sure. Yeah. Grab, I think, was 6 in Smash 4, but it's 7 in this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Nair is definitely 3. Up air is definitely 4. 1, 2. Okay, that was jump squat, then. Oh, never mind. I'm buffering Nair. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's still 4. Back air is definitely still 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pichu's is frame 5, I'm pretty sure. Down air is another one of those ones that, like, as it gets slower, it's less important what the frame data is, but I think it's 14. 1, 2, 3, that's jump squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. And then the sweet spot, if I'm correct, lasts for 3 frames, and the sour for, like, 10 or something. Yeah, Nair is 3. It's really good. Like, it was 3 back when it was the, Pichu Nair thing, the little somersaulty doodad. You can buy a pre-made Arduino controller from Lenoa, but he's, like, hella backed up right now, so you're better off either making your own or finding someone who's just, like, knowledgeable about those little microcontrollers and just getting them to build one for you. If you have any friends who are, like, into that, that's, like, probably your best option. But anyway, like, back with frame data, I think that it's, like, really important to know your, like, fast ground options for how fast they are, but the slower a move is, the less important. Like, the difference between, like, a frame 15 startup and a frame 17 startup is not nearly as important as the difference between, like, a frame 2 startup and a frame 4 startup. Like, that's the 2 and 4 is, like, a huge difference, but, like, 15 and 17, they're both, like, generally not moves that you would use in super close quarter situations. Why is no one playing Villager? I genuinely don't know. Like, I think it's just because, as far as Villager goes, he's kind of, like, relatively basic as a zoner. I don't mean, like, basic in a bad way, but, like, A lot of people who are playing zoners are like trying more of the like super buffed ones in Smash 4. Like Pac-Man is way better than he was, or sorry, yeah, buffed compared to Smash 4. Like Pac-Man is way better than he was in Smash 4, and Mega Man is way better IMO than he was in Smash 4. So that just kind of takes away from Villager, who's like the same / maybe roughly worse-ish than Smash 4. And then obviously like Snake and Olimar are drawing a lot of the zoner crowd in. Hey, here's some fun facts that you... Pikachu has better frame data than Pichu. Pichu up air is frame 4. I'm like 99% sure of that. It's back air that's 1 frame slower. Also, Villager I think would probably just have like a really hard time with Lucina, and if your character struggles against Lucina, it's like, it's tough because like a lot of people can pick that up. So 1, 2, 3, that's jump squat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Pichu up air is still 4. Back air is the one that's slower. So like Pichu back air is gonna be 1, 2, 3, that's jump squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Do I ever think of making a tier list? I think tier lists are, I don't want to call them like overrated and clickbaity, but like, the difference between a character who's like the 7th best in the game and 10th best in the game is like almost completely irrelevant. Like both of them are tournament threats. And like the farther down the list you go, like the less important the distinctions get. So if I did make one, it would just, I don't want to say it would be to get views, but like it would partially be to get views. Like the more interesting part of a tier list video, if I was going to make one, would be my thoughts on each character. Like less important is the placements of them. And the only thing that people would maybe like raise an eyebrow at is the fact that I would put like Ice Climbers way higher than most people are used to because I lose to Big D on the regular. What's the character in the game that I feel like didn't get buffed enough? Define didn't get buffed enough. Like, I think it's a tragedy what they did to Cloud and Bayo. Like, I love both of them, and I think they're cool looking top tiers. Like, I don't know, look at that. Look at how, like, edgy and sick he looks. I loved seeing Cloud do well, and I'm sad that he's, like, kind of dropped off in favor of Lucina, who's, like, kind of cool, but, like, not, I don't know. She has a very bland personality compared to Cloud. Also, keep in mind, I've never played a single Fire Emblem game or Final Fantasy game, so, like, maybe my opinions are bunk, and, like, Lucina's cooler than Cloud. I also think that, like, Bayo has so much personality and, like, cool stuff, and her combos were sick, and, like, what they did to her is, like, a tragedy, but, hey. You know, at the end of the day, Bayo being good will unfortunately hurt the Smash community just because of the stigma that exists. Yeah, dude, I think Ices are, like, super good. And if you actually look at Big D's results in Majors, like, everyone in BC kind of loses to Olimar just because we don't have Olimars to practice against. Like, he lost to Gomer, or Goma something or other. I know that people were calling, like, him Big Gomer, which was, like, a funny nickname. But, yeah, Big D lost to him at Gommel, which is a shame because, like, we don't have Olimars to practice against. And also that seems like a really weird matchup that has like a lot of nuance to it, Ices versus Olimar. So again, I'm drawing for Big D, but also I'm sure that Gomer didn't have like any Ices experience either. So it was like just a very unrefined matchup where like both of them were kind of learning as they went. Lucina's cool in Awakening. That's good to know because like as much as I think that Cloud is dope as hell, I've also been like a low-key believer that Lucina is way cooler than people give her credit for. Sorry, I'm talking way more than I'm used to, by the way. This is a far cry from the usual silent practice sessions that you might have seen for the first 10 minutes of this while I didn't know that I was actually live. Pichu versus Pikachu. I think that they're both very similar in terms of overall tier list placement and have some matchups that they're both better against. Like, this might be like a weird take, but I think that Pichu does better against swords than Pikachu, even though like objectively that was kind of disproven by Leo's matches against both Void and Isam. But that's still my take. Like, watching people perform otherwise doesn't change it for me. But I would rather have Pikachu against like heavies and zoners. Okay, hi Dakpo. I think that I do kind of agree with you that, like, Bayo is a little bit better than people give her credit for, but I still think that she deserves to... I would love to see Bayo still a high or top tier, but I know that the vast majority of the scene would not love that because there's just still a lot of remaining stigma. So I get why Nintendo had to like tone her down as much as they did. I like the fact that up air sends like sideways and does almost no knockback, but also still can't combo very reliably except at low percents. That just to me hurts. I think that Bayo was super cool in Smash 4, maybe a little bit overtuned, but like I think they went a little bit too far because I think that Bayo had like so much creative potential in the hands of like a skilled player. Oh, also I know that my music totally just stopped. I don't know if people could even hear it in the first place. Oh, thanks for the sub, bro. What's my opinion on Wii Fit? Yo, deep breathing, scary as hell. Like, genuinely, when the Wii Fit gets that circle around here and I can't stop it, I'm like, oh damn, better camp for the next, however long it lasts, like 15 seconds or whatever. One thing that I have unironically been doing is that stalling thing that I made the video on, which got like 100k views. Thanks, everyone. Also, I've kind of like refined the stalling thing a little bit more now. I'll just go to fixed camera so I can see. So one thing that I was kind of like messing around with yesterday is getting 3 Thunder Jolts, and I messed it up there because I think I was supposed to do 1 more wall jump. But yeah, you can like, if you do the, oh wait, no, I didn't have to do that. Okay, cool. So, right, you do Skull Bash, then you do Thunder Jolt, wall jump, Thunder Jolt, except I messed it up there. And again, this is something that's like, I wouldn't do all 3 of these in tournament, but like, it's really cool having 3 Thunder Jolts while you're down there. I think that's cool as hell. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I would do against a Wii Fit with deep breathing, or a Shulk with Smash Monado who's trying to oppress me at ledge. Just because I think it's hilarious, actually. Getting that B reverse Thunder Jolt. Oh, also, please let us have a hazards toggle in training mode. And even like, when I hit LRA, I want to be able to like predetermine where the character spawns, because like a lot of times I want to like start a combo from center, but every time I like hit LRA on this stage, they start on the platform, and if they're using the Arduino stuff, then that means they'll just like roll like this a bunch, which is normally not a big deal, but Ultimate had staling in for rolls, so that also affects air dodge. So like when her roll is super stale, her air dodge is also really stale. So it's just like very difficult to practice on any stage that isn't just the flat training mode. So please let us respawn people with LRA in different positions, and also please let us turn off hazards in training mode. Anyway, yeah, I think that Mewtwo is like still pretty good, but doesn't have a lot of the oppressive stuff that made him super good in 4. Like Shadow Ball in 4 was just like so good, and like I'm glad that it's toned down, but I think with the Hurt Box nerfs as well, like it was too much, and Mewtwo's just like very hard. You have to play like so precise to not get killed with Mewtwo. Message retracted. How good do I think Zelda is? I have not played against like super top level Zelda, I don't think. Oh, actually, no. I played against a pretty good Zelda in the crew battles against Nova Scotia at Gommel, and I'm really sorry to the Zelda that I played, but I forget what his tag was. But like, I think Zelda is... This is gonna sound bad, but like Zelda is very good against people who don't have Zelda experience and like will get hit by semi-fake stuff. But like, I think that just like her disadvantage state is too bad for her to be like a viable character at top level too much. Like, all you need to do is like lose neutral 2 or 3 times, and like it's so hard for her to regain her footing once people stop getting just like cheesed by neutral B out of disadvantage. Because like it's a not super safe move. It just kind of like works against people who like aren't expecting it properly. Oh boy, people are asking a ton of questions. So Johnny Shoryuken out of Shield. I just went on a long rant about STI, so like once the replay of this video is up, check that full rant out. But TLDR, STI is cool as hell and it has a bad rep because of Bayo. Should you pick up Greninja? Yes, Greninja's cool as hell. Opinion on Pokemon Trainer, I love parry into Bullet Seed option select. I think that's like sick. Zelda has a great move, but she's just really slow. Yeah, she kind of has a similar problem as DDD, where like her buttons are good, but her mobility is so bad that it gives her like terrible disadvantage. Tech, you say you suck at this game, lol. That's okay, you can get better, just practice. Jonas Tang, thanks for the Zelda thoughts. Love your content, dude. Keep it up. Thank you. One thing that I need to do is practice all this planking stuff on this side of the stage, because I literally only ever practice on the left, and it makes me a lot worse on the right side of the stage. Hee. So, generally, like, this kind of, like, planking garbage, I only really do on respawn. So what'll happen is, like, they'll respawn, they'll have their invincibility, and then I'll just, like, go down there and do this, and then boom, their invincibility is gone. Or it's gone. But sometimes when like you're recovering and let's say it's like a deep breathing Wii Fit or a smash from an auto shulk and you want to just like kill a bit of time, I need to like be able to do this and not be afraid of dying. Like that thunder wall jump thing, I'm really good at doing it on the left now. Watch me mess up right after I brag about it, but I can do this for a really long time on the left side of the stage, but like I can't do it at all on the right. This is surprisingly not good for Cloud Limit, because what'll happen is he'll just like jump down and use like Limit Blade Beam right there, and that's a really hard tech. What you would have to do if you are going to like try to choose a Cloud over the limit by doing this is wait till you see them jump off and then just like try to spike them for their hubris or something. What do I think about Triple D and Ice Climbers with my experience with Big D? I think that DDD is a little bit overrated right now, which is surprising, considering he's DDD. But I do think that maybe I'm biased because I play characters that are like very good against heavies, but I don't see the threat of DDD like at all. Ice Climbers, on the other hand, I think are like super good, and I think that they will only get better over time, especially if they continue to have very low win rates and therefore get buffed. If anything, I think that like Big D does himself a disservice by playing Ice Climbers on Elite Smash, because if that's literally how Sakurai balances, then Big D is probably like single-handedly bringing the Ice Climber win rate like way higher than it should be, because from what I understand, he plays on Elite Smash and just like doesn't lose. Yeah, dude, Big D is nuts, and he's like basically at this point guaranteed to be. Oh my god, I got that. Big D is nuts and basically guaranteed to be first on the BC power ranking. But Ice Climbers are also like definitely no slouch. Like, there's so much about the game that is just different when you're playing against Ice Climbers. They have like a huge learning curve for how to fight against them, but they also have like an equally, if not bigger, learning curve of how to play as them. Like, I've put so much studying into like dealing with Nana and like figuring out exactly what her AI is. Like, I'll try to find it right now. I have like a huge essay on Nana's AI. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is really long. Okay, so I'm just reading this out. I've been doing a lot of testing with Nana being separated. Here's what I found. When you're hitting Nana when she's above solid ground, she is 100% predictable. She will just drift towards Popo and never tech the ground. She will always neutral get up from missed techs, and she will always buffer that neutral get up. Once she's off stage, even by like a tiny little bit, there's RNG involved. She will very often jump immediately out of hit stun. It doesn't matter how high or low she is. If she's off stage, there's a chance that she jumps immediately. It's always an empty double jump, however, so a very good strategy is if you have a combo that is almost true, just use it and aim a little bit high so you can like clip her double jump. About half the time, Nana just jumps into that hitbox and now she's off stage without a real recovery, and she's probably dead while you just gatekeep Popo. The other half of the time, she waits until she's about parallel to the stage, like horizontally, and then she'll use her double jump. This only applies if she wasn't hit far enough to absolutely need both her double jump and her air dodge. At this point, it's a little bit annoying because as far as I'm aware, there's a 50-50 chance that she jumps when she's parallel to the stage or just does an air dodge straight in. Ideally, you don't want to let her fall enough where she gets this RNG. If she doesn't burn her double jump immediately, there will be a little bit of hang time from when hit stun ends to when she uses her double jump or air dodge. During this time, she'll be drifting towards the stage. If you have a spike, this is prime opportunity. Once she's in line with the stage, it honestly feels like a guess to whether or not Oh, it feels like a guess to cover her. Sometimes she air dodges directly sideways, sometimes it's a slight delay and then a diagonal one, and sometimes it's double jump to ledge, and sometimes it's a double jump to stage. If she grabs ledge, it's 50-50 whether she does neutral get up or jump, from my testing, which was admittedly not that robust. I've never seen her do the other options. That being said, ideally, if you have her in disadvantage, don't ever let her get to this stage. There's plenty of more predictable situations you can hit her. With Lucina, I find the most success in just doing a fair back air aimed to cover her double jump out of hit stun, by which time I'm already drifting back, assuming it whiffed. If you hit, she's basically dead and you just have to cover Popo. If you don't hit, then you're drifting down to cover her lower option. As Pikachu, if I bear her off stage, I'm doing a second bear with a very slight delay so that it's not actually true, but it'll cover nothing and also double jump. If she jumps, she's dead, and if she doesn't, then she's just farther off stage and it's easier the second time. Nobody ever has this much time to mess around with Nana, especially considering Pichu's bear is a cutscene with how much SDI, with how much hit lag it is. And another note, because she is 100% predictable on stage, it's in your best interest to just try to kill her there. If she misses a tech, just try spiking her again with a Pikachu or Pichu or Lucina there, because she'll just pop up and miss the tech again, and then you can get a charge F smash or something, and you don't even have to do the gamble off stage. Also, Nana won't DI anything, so as Pikachu or Pichu, you can just grab and do up throw thunder without having to like read the DI, or you can do down throw into down air because it's true on no DI. I think Pichu might need to do up air to down air, and Pikachu just has down throw down air because reasons. Next up, what to do about grabbing Popo. The general wisdom is to use a throw hitbox, but IMO, Pikachu, and Pichu back throw is actually optimal. Nana will always just run right through you or jump if Popo went high. After the Chew back throw, the correct follow-up is dash backwards, and if you see Nana just ran through you, then grab and back throw her, and if she jumped, then just full hop back air. She sometimes likes to randomly double jump towards Popo, so if he got hit high up, if you can catch this one on stage, then it's super free to just get her off stage and spike because you won't have a double jump. And one last note about off stage, if she's like really close to the ledge out of hit stun, like just a short hop distance above it, she will sometimes instantly air dodge, and this is the worst situation and it's the hardest to cover, so just like try not to hit her there. Remember, while she's on stage, there's no randomness, so you can always choose how to hit her. This is like paragraph 1 of my essay. Next, this was like a day later. Okay, I found a very reliable Nana Gimp as Pichu. If you double jump and slightly delay thunder out of forward air, if she jumps out of hit stun, she gets perfectly spiked by the thunder and dies off the bottom. If she does nothing, the sweet spot lines up perfectly to hit her. The slight delay is important, otherwise you'll just hit her out of the bolt. I'll make a quick video. I uploaded it to Google Drive. I might just put that on screen. Last but not least, if he's fishing for back air at ledge, don't neutral get up, because then he can do the desync dash backwards grab thing that Big D is really good at. If you grab Popo on a platform and back throw, Nana will go dumb and drop through to double jump. And from there it should be super easy to just get her off stage and kill. Yeah, sorry for like really long rant about ice climbers, but this is literally just me reading stuff that I wrote like a long time ago about how to abuse ice climbers AI, and also I have like way more about that, but I won't bother reading it because I don't think that it's of interest to most people, since most people don't fight against ices on the regular. But yeah, this is what people should be doing if they're frustrated with a matchup. Study it super hard, and learn everything you can about it, especially if it's a weird character like Snake, Ice Climbers, Olimar, whatever. If it's a weird character, do as much studying as you can, because like the weird characters are the ones who have an inherent advantage on you, because if you're playing someone like Pikachu, Fox, Lucina, you know, top tiers, you're basic and well understood. You're good, but you're basic and well understood. If you're playing like a weird top tier, like Olimar, Snake or something, you have like a crazy advantage just in like how much more work your opponent has to do to understand your character in order to even fight you on like even ground. Yeah, exactly. BC lacks Olimar experience but has Ice Climbers experience. What a wild world we live in. But even though we have the Ice Climbers experience, most of us still lose to Big D. And by most of us, I mean the only person who has taken a tournament from BC off of Big D is Lemon's week 2 or week 1 Joker. But then the next week, Big D beat his Joker because he practiced that matchup. So hey, we're all leveling each other up, except Big D's leveling us up in matchups that don't matter outside of BC. It's okay, I'm not salty. Haha. How many hours do I have in Ultimate? I don't know, let's check. Whoops. Keep in mind this will be inaccurate because I obviously play on other setups, and I also sometimes just leave my setup on while I'm not actually playing. But I just want to get a ballpark. Let's see. It's in records, right? Stats. How do I... Wait. Battle data? I think that's the one. Hey, Captain, it was cool to see me at Gommel. Hey, thanks, dude. Offline and battle arenas. Where's time? Playtime. Huh. That's way less than I thought. Oh, I know why that's way less than I thought. Because when I'm playing on my own setup, like, genuinely 75 to 80% of the time I'm in training mode, which does not count towards this. So, yeah, that's, like... I don't know, let's change that to be... How do I change just to names? Right. 6 is what I use most of the time. So, yeah, it's like 120, bad math, 112-ish, no, 100, yeah, 115-ish hours of just playing. But again, that doesn't include training mode, which would genuinely, like, probably multiply that by 10. Yeah, and the stats I had like 1,100 hours. Keep in mind that, again, I don't know how much of that is actually practicing and how much of it is just like idling on, but most of it is probably practice. Just go to the home screen and see how many hours I have. Oh yeah, should I use an idea? Is this the home button? Cool. How do I do that? Options? Settings? Parental controls? No. Go to my profile. Okay. Captain L's page. That must be it. Profile. Played for 1,200 hours or more. Crafted World. Good ass game. Yo, Bouncy Bob. Whoops, please ignore the Xenoblade Chronicles. I swear I practiced. This came out a while ago. I skipped school for that. Stay in school, kid. Don't like my code, bro. Do I look like I care? I have a lot of friend requests. I don't answer them. Whoops. I feel bad. I really should, but I just don't. Like, I actually know the vast majority of these people, and I would accept them. I just think it's way funnier to have pending friend requests. Anyway, back to Ultimate. Thanks so much for answering questions concerning DD and Ice Climbers. I have great explanations. Thanks, dude. I think about matchups that are important to me a lot, and I really want to beat Big D. Like, I have so much respect for him as a player and the amount of dedication that he puts into the game. So, like, overcoming him is such an important milestone to me. It's like pretty much as important to me as like getting ranked highly on PGR. Maybe a little bit less just because one of them will like really increase my career prospects in this game, and the other one will just make me satisfied for beating my lifelong rival. But I don't know, I think it speaks a lot to how much I respect him as a player, that like in my head, if I took the rational side of my brain apart, that a side that just tells me, hey, you have to do well on PGR events, and just think about what emotionally matters to me the most, beating Big D is so important to me. Thanks, Nat on the job, or Nate on the job. I will have a great day. Oh, this is Dex, what's up? Anyway, Momocon seeding is very good. I kind of agree with that, yes. I didn't look at it very carefully, but I saw that... I look at the character, or the players who are like very close to me in seed, and I'm like, yep, those are roughly as skilled as I am, so I don't think that there's anything that fishy about it. Hey, I saw your Greninja Parry video. I can mash pretty fast, 12 per second. I feel like I potentially do it by alternating 2 special buttons. I don't think that you need to actually alternate 2 special buttons. I think that it's like pretty easy to do it with just one. In fact, I'll try to do it right now with just one. It's impossible for me because I don't have any face buttons set to special, and mashing a shoulder button is really stupid, but I'll just use default controls right now and see how it goes. Where is the frog? There's the frog. So, who do I think is the best in Ultimate? Yeah, I think it's Peach, no question. take that as you will, coming from someone who plays a character with no range, so I find Peach incredibly difficult to get in on. So neutral special, we're gonna make 3 of those bad boys, and yeah. Okay. Okay, wait, so I think I just need to get like 1 parry and then like mash side B. Okay, wait. There we go. That's it. So that's like not even mashing that fast, honestly. Okay, but more importantly, let's set it to control, and let's make this 1 inkling. Just hold the B button, and I'm gonna do input reporting. So there's that. Cool. So let's take this back down to 1, and we'll try to. Okay, so it's going to be really hard for me to actually do this properly. Okay, let's just give her like a jab to alert me to the timing. Oh. Okay, so. Nope. Okay, so here we go. Record. Oh, god damn it. D-pads suck on GameCube controllers. It's so hard to like only hit one of the buttons. Okay, so then we hold that, unload the entire ink tank, and call it a day. So now she should do 1 jab to alert me that it's starting. Okay. I'm very bad at this, but I promise I will get the full parry. It's literally just about mashing fast. It has nothing to do with timing at all. I'm literally just gonna do like elegant style mashing. Except, you know, you just need to get the first parry normally, and then you can do the rest of it using special. Okay. I promise I will get this. Or maybe I won't. Who knows? Actually, yeah, I should just let her jab my shield. Damn. Okay, never mind. This is dumb. I don't want to do this anymore. Sorry, boys. You're a Pichu player and you mainly lose by getting ledge trapped. Any suggestions? Okay, so here's one that I think is really cool. First off, get more creative with agility angles. Like, Void was doing one to me that I'd never even thought of, and I think I already went on a small tangent about how impressed I was by it, but you just did like this to get to the battlefield platform, and that was like surprisingly good. Like, it looks like it should be kind of like stupid and punishable, but it's just good. But another thing that you can do if you want to be like super cool is like work on getting the instant wall jump, just because I think that that's sick. I'm better at doing it on this side. Yeah, so you just gotta like tap left and right really quickly. If you mess it up, then just kind of go for like a lower wall jump and then, I don't know, cover yourself with an up air. But in general, just like being more creative with like agility angles is almost always the answer. Like, one thing that you can do is like make it look like you're going to, like if you start your agility right here, or sorry, not there, like here, what most people will expect you to do is do this one, because that's what everyone does. So they'll like dash back to cover it. And I already went on like a tangent about this earlier, but you can just like go to ledge and then they're like dashing back to cover you, and boom, now all of a sudden you're up here. And it's just like messing with their expectations is, I think, the most important thing. Because like Pichu's options, she has like so many different options, but none of them are phenomenal. That's the thing. Like her get up attack is like one of the worst range in the game, but like it's still an option that I think a lot of people forget about. Her agility is obviously like fantastic for like distance and options, but it's just like very vulnerable if they call it out. So I think that a lot of people get stuck in the trap of they just like try to get as far away from their opponent as they can by doing like these. I'm messing up the basicest angles ever, but like doing that kind of stuff to just get far away, but like you just end up getting hit for it anyway. So just like throwing in things that like mess with what people expect you to do from particular situations. Like you start one from like here and everyone expects you to go forward, but then you just actually go down and up. I don't know. I already went on like a rant about this earlier, so if you just like, once the VOD for this is up, just like watch the replay and kind of hear what I said about Pikachu's. It's more or less the same idea, just doing unexpected things and play against people a lot and do these sorts of quick attacks a lot and see what people expect you to do, and then just start a quick attack or an agility in the exact same spot and do something unexpected, even if it's like worse. Like I will re-grab ledge with Pikachu and Pichu so many times just because like the position that I'm using quick attack or agility from is just one that people, they would think like, why would you ever re-grab ledge there? It's like you have so many other options, why would you pick that one? It's bad, and because they don't expect it, it just works like all the time. I almost never get punished on re-grabs, unless I do something really stupid and I'm like way down stage off here, or off stage down here, and have to re-grab ledge. And even then, I'll try to do like the unexpected bad option of going like above ledge, and people are like sitting here ready to like punish with down smash, and then you actually just land behind them. And usually you're still like slight frame disadvantage, but I don't know, they like F-tilt backwards or something and you're good. See ya, Jeb. Oh, yeah, you use the C-stick wall jump thing. I wish that that was better, but it's still so, even though I made like the video on it a long time ago and it was like probably my least popular video ever, it's still like, I don't know why I'm messing it up repeatedly, but yeah, it's still like a decent option. Who's the best in Ultimate? It's Peach, I think. What? Oh, no. Sorry, I think that I said it's Peach, not Pichu. Yeah. But I also think that the top 4-ish are really close right now. I'm still a big believer in Wolf. I think that Wolf is kind of insane. I still think that like Olimar is obviously incredibly good and gets very good results, and Galma was kind of an anomaly. I think Lucina is super good. Again, maybe this is like bad of me to not have faith in my own character, but I think that like Pichu has like some problems that keep her out of that like super top tier echelon. How come I think Peach? Because I think that her neutral with float cancel back air is insane, and her advantage state is like also some of the best in the game. And then she just does like RNG turnips on top of that, which even if you get like the worst possible RNG, still does 12 damage. And sometimes you can break shield or kill it like 20 with the ball on. I don't know. I think there's like so much about Peach that's just so good, and the fact that like she doesn't have to deal with the short hop multiplier because of float canceling, I think that that's like kind of overtuned. Just because like everyone else, when they're doing arrows low to the ground, they like only do 0.85 times damage, and Peach just basically circumvents that with something that would be her best option, even if it wasn't about circumventing that. If I was in charge of Smash Ultimate and I had to make a patch, what would it be? So this is probably gonna like reveal too much about my thoughts about Peach. Remember what I just said, everyone, don't hate on characters publicly. However, I would literally remove bob-ombs from the game. I think that for a character who's already the best in the game, you can't even play like a hard camp strategy against her because she'll get a bomb and kill you. Or at the very least, don't make it RNG. Like, I think it would be cool if Peach had like a set turnip pluck order that was the same every single game, and maybe like the 50th thing that she plucked was like always a bomb, or some number that can be like tuned. I have no idea how many turnips they pluck on average, but like make it as a tool that like if you are obviously like trying to just hard camp her, she can just like cycle through her turnips and eventually get like the broken one that punishes you for like trying to camp. So it keeps her able to deal with that, but it doesn't just make it so that she can randomly be rewarded with like a one-hit kill sometimes. I think that like the set turnip order would be like super cool, and I I'm sad that I doubt it will actually ever happen. It also kind of like adds another like skill-based factor into the game instead of just being like RNG. Like if every 10th turnip or something was like a, like the 10th turnip that you pluck is like a wink, then the 20th one is a dot eyes, and then the 30th one was a stitch. I think that would be really cool. It's not even Peach Waft, it's like an anti-camp measure, because if you're like constantly engaging her and going in and stuff, then like she won't get enough turnips to actually get the really good ones, but that's fine because she's like a very strong character when you're like actually in close quarters combat. It's if you're like trying to play like super campy and defensive against her, that's where Peach struggles. So giving her like a countermeasure to that, which is just farming turnips, that's like kind of cool, I think. Yeah, exactly. Far enough away that Peach players won't actively camp for it, but close enough, because like Peach has a hard time camping in general. Like her power is designed around like punishing aggression, but it's hard for her to be the one who like initiates the camp. Like her defensive options are not as good. I'm not articulating myself very well at all right now, which is why I like saying things as a script. But yeah, one thing that I would do is take away the RNG from turnips. Either remove bomb entirely, or again, do what I was kind of describing, where it's like an anti-camp measure, but not just a RNG has blessed you with a kill at 0 even though you were losing, haha. With the counter reset with stocks, no, I don't think so. I think it would be like cool if it was throughout the game. And then like, I don't know, tune it such a way that she will never get a bomb unless you are like hardcore committing to camping her. And maybe she like gets a stitch on 3rd stock or something, which would be kind of like cool, and it's like an X factor that you know is coming, and the good Peach players like plan for it, and I don't know. I think that would be sick. Maybe also just like tone down the damage of like Stitch faces in general, because like right now doing 30 damage and like comboing into another one is kind of insane. Like, especially if they were able to like forcibly, I don't know, like imagine if they take my suggestion and do like the no RNG turnip cycle, and then like you like wait until they're about to respawn on their 3rd stock to like force the Stitch pluck, and then you get it, and now a 0% combo with a Stitch is like 70% possibly death, because you just do like Stitch Nair to regrab the Stitch and then like throw the Stitch again, and that's just like insane. So there would have to be like some more toning around that, or tuning rather. I think that, yeah, I agree that float cancelled aerials should not get the full multiplier, but other than that, I think that like Peach is in a pretty good spot and is cool, and more counterplay against Peach needs to involve SDIing, because I think that people right now, they just kind of take the full combo when they don't have to. Yeah. Regular turnips are already really good. I would say, honestly, maybe even with this change that I'm proposing, just make like regular turnip pull do like slightly less damage. Yeah, you just joined the stream. Is there anything you missed? Like, well, you missed 10 minutes at the start of me not knowing that I was streaming, and then you missed like 2 hours of me kind of rambling while passively playing Smash. Honestly, this is like mostly a talking stream. This is like hardly a practicing stream. I'm probably gonna have to like still do like at least an hour or 2 of practicing after I close out the stream, just because I did intend to do more just like combo grinding. What else would I change? I would make Pichu back air way weaker, but give it like a negative SDI multiplier so that people can't just like fall out of it, and maybe like make the hits drag into each other properly so that back air loops just don't really work. I don't know. Do something to make sure that like lightning loops aren't broken, but that back air is a functional move as a whole, because the fact that like you can just SDI out of it even when you're like off stage and stuff, I think that that's dumb. But it would also be dumb if it just killed you at like 60 off stage all the time anyway. So like there is some balancing that needs to be done around back air. Like it's in a weird spot where it's like simultaneously amazing and awful. It's been an hour. I feel like it's been more than an hour actually. Dude, according to OBS, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 42 minutes. Thanks everyone for watching this long. Wow. That being said, am I going to EVO? Maybe. There's another tournament in Saskatchewan on the same day, and I don't know which one I'm going to. Genesis 7? Absolutely. I have a great time at Genesis every single year. I don't think that... I would rather have the turnips on a set cycle instead of having it like a Lucario aura type thing. In general, I think that like Lucario aura-esque mechanics where if you're losing you're stronger are just kind of bad for the game in general. Hey, look who's on screen right now. It's anime Lucario. I'm not a huge fan of Joker's current design philosophy, actually. I think that people are overstating how well they finished, or they balanced his X Factor-ish mechanic, because I think that right now it's like too strong. He gets it too fast when he's losing, and I genuinely think that like Arsene Joker is the best character in the game free. Maybe I'm biased because I haven't studied the matchup enough, but like he gets Arsene too quickly when he's behind, and it just makes like mounting a comeback against this character it makes it really easy for him to get comebacks, just because like he'll get Arsene really quickly, but it also makes it like hard for you to come back against him, because like if he's like up a stock, then you basically have to go through Arsene like 3 times. I don't know. I don't love it, and I think that the fact that he just gets it slowly over time also encourages very weirdly defensive play, and then just like incredibly offensive as soon as you have Arsene. Yeah, like I would be okay with the speed that he gets Arsene at if it wasn't as strong right now, and maybe they could like make Joker a little bit stronger when he doesn't have Arsene. But right now, something about it just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. He's super cool, and I think that he's super close to being like an incredibly satisfying character to both play as and against. But right now, it can be like unsatisfying to play as if like you just happen to get comboed right when you get Arsene and then you like lose him, or if you're playing against him and you just like hit one strong attack on Rebel's Guard and all of a sudden, great, now I have to deal with Arsene right away. I don't know. It's a weird character, and they had great ideas with him. I just think that it's like one like minor tune away, like one tuning update away from being like incredibly good. Comeback mechanics are in general not great for players, though. I think that this is like a commonly accepted thing where like they're great for spectators because like both characters are always in it, but they're frustrating for players because like you can be winning by so much, but you're never really winning until the game is over. What do I think about Little Mac? Who was it that like made the post about how Little Mac is like the worst designed character in Ultimate? I think it was Tweak. I don't really disagree that much. I think that like Little Mac as a character is too much of the design philosophy that works for team-based games, where he's incredibly strong where he's strong and he's incredibly weak where he's weak. Like in the other game that I play semi-competitively is League, right? And it makes a lot of sense for like characters in that game to be very strong where they're very strong and very weak where they're very weak, because you have a team to kind of balance around that. But in like a solo game like Smash, what it turns into is the gameplay just becomes too degenerate and linear, because you don't want to challenge him on the ground because he's way better than you on the ground, and he doesn't want to challenge you in the air because you're way better than him in the air. So it just turns into this like degenerate, overly simplified game where like you both know exactly where and when you want to interact with each other, and it never overlaps. So like the gameplay becomes stale. I don't know. I don't love the way that Mac is designed. I think that he's fun as hell and friendly when people actually engage on you, but like in tournament matches, it just turns into such a campy playstyle, because a smart player against a Little Mac will never interact with him on the ground, and a smart Little Mac player will like pretty much never interact with you in the air until you have to. And it just yeah. I wish that Mac was less powerful on the ground and more powerful in the air, but like he's a boxer. Like I can't think of a way to make him look reasonable and still be like Little Mac. And his comeback mechanic is silly as well. Yeah. Optimal play trumps interactive fun play. Yeah, so there is a the desire when making a competitive game is make the optimal play also interactive and fun. That is what you really want when you're designing a game. If you design a character who could in theory be incredibly interactive and fun, but the optimal way to play as or against them is not, then you have failed designing that character, because like even if they're super fun casually, you have to make them bad competitively, which is what Little Mac is right now, because otherwise, if Little Mac was really good, top level Little Mac play, both as and against him, would be like boring as hell. And that's my thought on Little Mac. I mostly agree with everything I believe it was Tweak said in their assessment of how he's like a very poorly designed character. That being said, when I go back to Smash 4, which I do kind of often, Little Mac is literally the single most fun character for me to play. I absolutely love the way he moves on the ground in that game, and I think that he's like super, super cool. And I think that that's why basically the majority of the residual Little Macs in Ultimate fell in love with the character in Smash 4, and I totally understand that. He was like so much fun to play in Smash 4, but again, I would almost never play him in like a serious competitive environment because you will get camped and it just won't be fun. The hardest matchups for Pichu and Pika? Peach, Olimar, and Snake. Like, those are kind of the hardest matchups for like almost any character, just because those are some damn good characters. But I don't know. It's really tough for me, all three of those matchups, especially because like I don't have a lot of experience in Snake or Olimar. I do have a lot of experience with Peach, and I still lose that one, which is very frustrating, but hey, that's just how it is. Peach is a really damn good character. Let's practice more. Anyway, so yeah, also that forward tilt that I just did in the wrong direction, that's because like my notches are not perfect that I can do the turnaround up tilt with like 100% reliability. So I try to do it and don't always succeed, which is why back to the beginning of the stream I was saying I want to like notch my controller so that I have one diagonally upwards notch that will always be upward angled forward tilt and one notch that will always be turnaround up tilt, and that way I can pick exactly which one I get. And I'm a very, very huge believer in make everything as consistent as you can. Like, the correct thing to do is blame yourself for all of your mistakes. I don't think that like trying to blame your controller is healthy, and the reason I don't think that is because that implies that you have no agency over your controller, but like everyone can fix their controller or like find someone to fix it for them, and like for the amount of benefit that you get versus the cost, maybe it's like a one-time fee of like, even if you're buying like a pretty expensive custom one, maybe like $100, but if you think about that over the amount of time that you're spending playing this game, transiting to and from locals, paying for locals and stuff, like $100, yes, it's a lot, but like if you save up for it, it pays itself off like over and over again, just in like the amount of potential you can reach in this game. I'm a huge believer in everyone should care about their controller and not just play with whatever random ass old controller they found that they used when they were like 5 years old. Also, I do not think that Ness deserves like any hate. I think Ness is really cool. But anyway, fun fact about that, I literally just earlier today ordered a titanium coated diamond needle file set on Amazon so that I can notch my own controller, and I'm going to learn how to do that and probably make a video on it actually, because I think that again, you can like look at the replay of the stream and figure out what I was talking about at first. But yeah, I think that like notching a controller is going to be important if you have to use like turnaround up tilts or have to use particular quick attack angles. So like I'm really looking forward to the consistency that I'm going to get from that. And again, I think that like anything that you can take into your own hands, like controller or game or otherwise, it's worth it to make everything that you do as consistent as possible. Like another thing that I actually want to learn how to, or not learn, but like start doing more, is using diagonal notches for turnarounds. Because like right now, what I do when I'm trying to do turnaround grab is I just like very slightly tap it to the side, which is inconsistent. I think that like anything that you do on a controller that isn't along the outside edge is inherently inconsistent, and like try as you might to make it consistent, eventually you'll like accidentally dash grab or something, right? Because it's like such a finicky position. But if you use the diagonal top notches, then you can just like slam it in there and you'll always get like a frame perfect turnaround. You can turn around up tilt with C-stick, but that's also inconsistent. Like, I can do it a couple times, and it's like not that hard, but I think that it's a lot more reliable to use it with the joystick, just because if you're buffering it out of something, like let's say I'm buffering it out of thunder, I can just like, as the thunder is coming down, I can just like slowly move my joystick into the right position and then hit A. But if you're using C-stick, it doesn't matter like where your joystick ends up. It's like exactly where it crossed the inner threshold, that's where you'll get the tilt. So like if I do this thunder, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit my C-stick to the side to get a forward tilt, and then like very quickly quarter circle it up to try to get an up tilt. It still gives you wherever it crossed the threshold originally. So like you can't like slowly position your C-stick into place and then like get the perfect angle. You have to like know that you're gonna flick it into the right direction like from the get-go, which is, I think, again, less consistent, especially because the C-stick doesn't care about where along the edge of your controller it is. It's like, if you just gradually, this is gonna look dumb, but if you just gradually move it up, you'll see that like the threshold for where it gives you the tilt is not the edge. It's like right in the middle there, which again, I was literally just talking about how like interior positions on a joystick are inconsistent. I really don't think that doing that consistently is as good. Now, some people, including my roommate Locust, claim to be able to get turnaround up tilts on C-stick like with 100% consistency, and like I can do it sort of consistently, but again, I'm occasionally getting like upwards angled forward tilts. I don't think that's good enough. Even if you can do it like 95% of the time, I don't think that's good enough. I would rather have the 100% consistency of a notch on my analog stick. You think that the left stick should be changed with the Xbox One stick, huh? That's an interesting take. I've never actually heard that before. Also, like, whenever I'm doing these combos, remember, you have to, like, do a turnaround up tilt in order to, like, hit the right side. I'm always using my left joystick for that. I'm never using my C-stick for that. I use C-stick up for the non-turnaround up tilts, but I use left joystick C-sticks for the turnaround up tilts. Damn. Who do I think got the most buff coming into Ultimate? Kind of a difficult question to answer. It might even honestly be Pikachu. Who knows? Like, sure, you have a lot of characters who go from like low tier to upper mid tier, but I think that like the jump from upper mid tier to top tier is more important than that, just because like you're going from maybe not solo viable all the way to solo viable and impacting courage. Here we go. Oh, I messed up. The other thing about like that combo is you have to like always be adjusting your airspeed and also whether or not you dash along the ground. Whoops, I pummeled once, and optimal motion will get you out of grab it like that much with one pummel. So, to answer the question, who do I think got buffed the most? I don't know, it's not something that I really think. Oh, wait, no, I lied. I know exactly who got buffed the most. It's Peach. It's definitely Peach. Super, super Peach. What do I think of Pichu nerfs? I think Pichu is probably just like slightly overtuned right now, but again, I think Pichu already has a difficult time dealing with camp, which like is kind of similar to the Little Mac argument that I literally just made, where it's like, even if the character is like super overpowered in like a lot of situations, if they're underpowered in like a situation that can be forced by the opponent, i.e. playing defensive, it's very degenerate for gameplay, because it means that like optimally playing against Pichu is like picking a character that can camp and just like camping Pichu super hard. Maybe I'm like overstating how difficult of a time Pichu has with camping, but I don't know, man. Like, I just imagine characters jumping around above me, and it's like, what strong move does Pichu really have to deal with like platform camping? Like, up air, a rising up air to kind of hit that really doesn't get that much combo off of it. And the risk reward is generally not in your favor, especially if it's like an Ike or someone who's like just jumping around platforms, falling with an air. Am I still salty about my set against Ryuga? Absolutely. Hee. Yeah, it's... I wish that Pichu was like a little bit less strong offensively, but had a little bit of a better time dealing with camping. But hey, that's not my call to make. I'm not on the balance team. And maybe just like making Pichu weaker overall is like a better fix to that, to like just kind of, I don't want to say remove Pichu from the meta, but like make Pichu more like Little Mac in that it's kind of degenerate to play as and against, but like that's less of a concern if like Pichu is bad. That being said, I love Pichu, and I don't want Pichu to be bad. I'm just kind of talking from like an unbiased standpoint. What do I think might be better for the metagame? And who knows? At the same time, like right now, matches that involve Pichu are like very entertaining. So I think that I'm totally overstating like how degenerate Pichu is or could be in theory. Especially because like Void seems to have a much better time than I do of overcoming camp. But I think that even he acknowledges that like Pichu dealing with defensive play is like difficult. But I could be wrong. Maybe he has different opinions than me. Any tips for beating good Shulk with Pichu? I played like one friendly with Nico, like ever, and I went Pikachu and planked on PS2 when he had Smash Art, so I guess I got that going for me, which is nice. I think that Pichu would have a really easy time with Shulk if it weren't for the fact that Shield Monado out of Hitstun existed, because like a lot of Pichu's stuff is very confirm heavy, so like anytime you start getting a confirm as Pichu, they can just like switch to Shield Monado. And then like they, I guess, try to camp until you get Shield Monado back. And I think that like Shulk has a pretty decent camp game with all of his mobility arts, and then just like being threatening when he's in Smash Art to the point where you don't really want to go in on him. So I think that it's a super volatile matchup, because you're gonna have a hard time hitting him while he's trying to like run away from you. But when he's not trying to run away from you, he's like threatening because he's either in Smash or Buster, and you don't want to get hit by that. So my tips for dealing with Shulk would be, I can't in good conscience try to give tips, because I haven't played against enough Shulks to really super know what I'm talking about. I would say just like, if I knew that I had to play against a Shulk in bracket, I would probably do the degenerate shit that I always do and just like practice a billion combos against him. Hee hee. Do I think that Jigglypuff has any winning or even matchups against top or high tiers? Probably even-ish against Pichu, but it's the degenerate kind of even where it's like, if you play like super lame and passive and then just try to like parry stuff into rest, you'll have a good time, because Pichu has like no real disjoints to speak of except for down tilt. So like, if you can parry anything, you can probably get a rest off of it. I think that, by the way, based on the notifications I'm getting, Muramasa, Big D, and Snow are my only actual friends on Switch. I could be wrong. Damn. What's a low tier I really want to see get buffed? Kirby. I'm selfish. Hehe. But I don't know for sure if Kirby is really one that I would want to see get super buffed. Obviously that would be like really good for me since I play Kirby. But I think that Kirby is, this is gonna sound like a really dumb reason, but like Kirby is very strong casually just because of how simple it is to do well with Kirby. Like you just down air people and like no one knows how to deal with that. And then there's obviously like meme jump above them and use rock. But like making Kirby really good at a competitive level would like make him too broken at a casual level as well, which it's just a weird thing to think about. Like there's all these decisions that go into balancing that aren't necessarily isolated to the competitive community, which is again why I think that like SDI is such a genius mechanic, because it's something that you can like make things that would be strong in competitive if it weren't for SDI existing, but then they're still not like overbearing in casual play. I don't know. Yeah. Is keeping notes a good idea? Absolutely. I need to like review my notes more and also like make more notes. I had some to... I took more notes at the beginning of Smash Ultimate when I was just like, okay, here are all these characters that I know nothing about, better take notes. But like I've been, I don't want to say lazy regarding notes lately, but I've been more so taking the worst approach of just kind of watching sets and trying to remember stuff, which I think is bad. I'll just go grab it one sec. Okay, I actually found it. So I had like a physical notebook in Smash 4 that I would take notes on, like all the little matchup notes that I would just review before a set with the characters that were important, and also like things that it's like useless to commit to memory. Like here's the first page in the book. It's on Bayonetta. Things that are important is I have the up throw thunder range for like 0, 100, and 150. I have what's the optimal combo off of a grab at 0, and a couple variations on it that like are based on what they're expecting or not. I also have the percent that falling up air into up smash works, and those are percents for Pikachu's rage, because in that game it was entirely dependent on Pikachu's rage, nothing to do with their percent. So like at 101% rage, falling up air into up smash was true, and at 135 you got an extra frame of hit stun, so you had like one more frame of leniency to actually hit it. So it's little things like that that are just like not worth committing to memory, but well, maybe on Bayo they are worth committing to memory, but just like having a quick resource that you can check right before a set so you know is really a good idea. And then I have some matchup notes like don't be the first one to jump, because obviously her air to air is the best in the entire game. If I down air neutral get up, you could die to a witch twist, so, or sorry, witch time. So that's like when she's at ledge. I don't want to just like kind of do the hover down air to have a lingering hitbox there, which is the thing that I did against a lot of characters. But against Bayo, the risk reward was just not in my favor. Delay air dodge on down tilt up air because you get your drift back, so that's good, because if you don't delay it, then like there was no point in air dodging in the first place, because she just does another up air and it does the smash version of a frame trap. And then I have some notes on which stages I like. FD is the best against her, then like Lilat and Town and City are kind of tied, then Smashville, then Triplats. And a couple notes on like how to SDI. Mario, I have notes on like when particular combos work, how to do the up air loop, because on forward DI you didn't want to dash before you did the upper loop, which is like similar to how it works in this game. Like I'll put him at like, with Mario it worked at like 25 just because of how floaty he was, but see how I didn't do a dash on the ground first? That was how you kind of had to do it against Mario. Like you just do jump up air and like it connects properly. I'm waiting for him to do a forward DI. Yeah, so like that would be the only way to get it to work. If you did the dash forward, then like you would always hit him with a strong hit of up air. And back DI is like really hard, so like not super worth going for, but like it's free once he's in the loop. I'm just reading the notes, by the way. At 0%, the optimal combo is up throw, full hop, fair drag down. I think they were supposed to be up air in there. Yeah, up throw, up air, fair drag down, or up throw, short hop, up air, delay, double jump, up air, fair drag down, or down throw, full hop, up air, fair drag down, and the fair drag down is unreliable, as it is in almost every matchup. At 15 to 20%, forward throw, tech chase, that's optimal apparently. I'm just basing this off of what I vaguely remember. And at 0, down throw, backwards DI, full hop up air to footstool to dare lock. Drift makes this hard, but it's optimal damage to go into up air loops. Oh, yeah, right. I remember this because Big D would like always DI in on my down throw because I was much worse at getting those conversions. So like I had some funny footstool combos that only worked on that. Yeah, and I just have this for like the majority of the top tiers in the game, and then like some less detailed notes on like mid tiers, mostly just like up to thunder percents and stuff, and forward air drag down percents. But this is all to say, yes, it's very worth it to have a notebook. I really liked having physical notes, but I still haven't bought a new notebook for Ultimate because I remember originally I was just like, oh, I can't use a Pikachu notebook, I have to use a Pichu notebook. But just look at me now. I should really be using that notebook. Sorry. What mashing strategy do I think is the best? If you're just mashing out of grabs, I use my thumb and just like go all across the 4 face buttons, which apparently when I was using like my input display thing and watched it in slow motion, apparently when I'm doing that I'm also hitting C stick diagonally down, which does count as an extra input. So hey, look at that, that's better than I thought it was. So that's more or less what I'm doing for mashing, and I think my mash is very good. I think I showed it earlier in the stream, so you can watch the archive if you want. How there's like the Wario thing where you set your own percent to 999, and then you set Wario to neutral special, and then try to mash out of his bite before he gets 2 chomps on you. And if you can do that, then your mash is like pretty good. Any tips for Wii Fit? Like, as or against? Because I have no idea how to play as her, and only, like, minimal tips on how to play against her, because I haven't played against a ton of Wii Fits. I had a Wii Fit in tournament, though, at Gommel. I think it was, yeah, it was literally on stream. So I was kind of, like, partially learning the matchup as I went there, but I played precisely one friendly and talked a little bit with a Wii Fit from a neighboring region right before that set. And he told me that up tilt was invincible and that I should not try to challenge it. But lo and behold, if you watch the replay, I like try to challenge up tilt with down air like 8 times in a row. That was actually like 4 times. Because remember, instinct is often more reliable than conscious thought. And that's why genuinely just experience, and mindful experience, I might add. Like, you do the thinking a lot more during friendlies, so that during tournament, when you have like a lot of other things to worry and stress about, the thinking is less important. And that sounds kind of counterintuitive, like wouldn't you want to be thinking more during tournament than friendlies? But again, that's just kind of my weird take on it. Obviously it's important to think during tournament as well, but don't think that gives you a free pass to just autopilot in friendlies. Because if you're just autopiloting in friendlies, then there's literally no point in doing friendlies. You'd rather be just like doing what I'm doing right now, where you're just kind of like semi-mindfully grinding tech. Because like what I'm doing right now is just working on the reaction to down throw DI, and then trying to get these follow-ups to be as tight as possible. Which has like, I don't know. I think the upper loops are like relatively easy once you get them started. The hard part is just getting a read on, or sorry, not a read on the DI, but a reaction to the DI. And then doing the fast fall at the correct time each loop, and also not accidentally triggering the short hop macro. Because you have to do like a relatively instant up arrow to full hop, but not like perfectly instant, so there is a little bit of lenience. Like if this was frame perfect, I highly doubt that I would be getting it this many times in a row. Been wondering if ledge cancel is still a thing in Ultimate Pikachu. It is not a thing in Pikachu, or in Ultimate. However, there is a thing that you can do where, okay, Joker, get out of here. There is a thing you can do where you like immediately snap to ledge, but like it's still kind of hard. Nope, that wasn't it. There we go. That's it. Where you like immediately zip like right past ledge and then also grab it. It's hard and I'm bad at it. It was a lot easier in Brawl, where you could just kind of like go along the ground and get it like every time. Which was also more important in Brawl because that made surprise ledge hogs possible, but obviously ledge hogging isn't really a thing in this game. So yeah, that's the only quote edge cancel that you can do with it. How do I make CPU's DI/move? I have an Arduino on my controller. This is not the one that I'm currently using right now, but it just like essentially executes macros. And one of the macros that I'm using is mashing shield every other frame and mashing left/right every other frame. So that makes it like this is the mash shield and this is the mash left/right. It looks like he's just mashing left, but that's just because left happens to be the thing that like corresponds to every frame that he shields. So it just makes it so he doesn't like randomly roll to the right, and then I just have to like reset twice as much. So you'll see whenever I down throw, like it's random whether or not he goes straight up or to the left, which is perfect for me trying to react to this. I could also be just like grabbing him like that and then practicing the other direction, which apparently I'm a lot worse at. Yeah, a lot worse. Okay, I guess I'm gonna practice this for a bit. Have you been wondering? Oh, sorry, I already read that question. Okay, cool. Anyway, so for those wondering, gee, Captain L, how long do you practice a day? The answer is this is not that atypical. I like to do at least like 3 or 4 hours of literally just solo practice, and it usually looks like a lot of nair loops and a lot of up air loops, because I think that those are like incredibly difficult techs to get reliably, but they're super important to have, because like that kind of stuff, that's, as some would say, busted. Like, there's no counterplay. Even if you're like SDIing perfectly, Pikachu can like totally still follow it. As certain characters at least. Like, some characters, sure, you can probably SDI out, and some characters it's like not even true on. But like, I need to be able to hit this more reliably in tournament. Because like, again, I'm messing it up like a lot right now, but if I could just like, every time I grab Joker at 40, he's dead, like that would be insane. Especially because you can combo a grab at 0 into a grab at 40. Oh yeah, I do have a video on it, and well, honestly, I'm feeling generous right now. I will literally just link it to you right now, because it's my first... Oh my god, I have to sign into chat, right, because Google, or YouTube is broken right now. Literally every time I try to sign in, it just says there is an issue connecting you to YouTube. I'm just gonna see if I can... display capture. Yeah, every time I try to sign into YouTube, I just get this screen. I don't know if y'all can see it, but Wii U. That's what I get every single time. Live split, baby. Sorry, not live split. I used to speedrun. Haha. Streamlabs. That's the word that I was looking for. Anyway, I can't see chat right now because I just refreshed my page to make it the oops page that you saw, but like, damn, I literally just want to sign into YouTube. Like, how hard is that? Please, man. Let me sign in. I do use YouTube Premium. Do I think that Jigglypuff will win a major in Ultimate? Hell no. Like, sorry, Puff mains. It's not that I have no faith in you. It's just that, I think as a solo character, I think that Puff has like way too many matchups that are like super impossible. I think that she's a good counterpick character. I think I already touched on this at the start of the stream, where like she can totally be made to work in some top tier matchups, but like you're just gonna run into like a Lucina or something, and that'll just be like impossible to deal with. That being said, do I think that one day someone who like uses Puff for a couple matchups will win a major? Hell yeah, I'm gonna win a major. Let's go. Wait, they got rid of classic mode? Use a different browser? Oh yeah, that's honestly a good idea. I should just do that. But hey, here's a better idea. Yeah, okay. I'll send you the link later, or just check the video enhanced training mode in Ultimate. It's on my channel, and there should be a link to Lynn's GitHub in the description, which will explain everything. Lots of people despise Snake, especially in BC, where we have Pancake, Wagabooga, etc. Opinions on Snake, and where do I think he is on the tier list? I genuinely don't know. I think that I am personally bad against Snake, so like I try not to let that dictate my opinion of him too much. Like, I think that Snake is like hella good, but I also acknowledge that I am poor against Snake. Therefore, I don't want to like let my ill-informed opinions dictate my thoughts on him, I guess. I think he's incredibly good, and I don't love his grenade idea, because I think that frame 1 options are dumb in general. like frame 1 invincible up Bs and stuff and frame 1 grenades, I think they're just like a bad mechanic. But hey, that's just me. So as a whole, I'm sure Snake is fine once you know how to fight against him, and he's probably one of those characters that's like very satisfying to learn how to fight against, because like Esam seems to love that matchup, and he plays against Snake like every day, I bet. So hey, if Esam can do it, everyone else can. You just need to like put in the work. And I think that's like generally the theme of like most difficult matchups. The matchups that people tend to dislike are the ones that are like very different from standard matchups. Like in a standard matchup, like you start getting comboed at low percent, and then like at upper mid percent, maybe they start having like a couple kill confirms to start working, and then you die. But like Snake, just he will basically have a very similar camp style game the entire time that just kind of like uses grenades to get him out of disadvantage, which is very frustrating for a lot of players because they would rather like you air dodge out of disadvantage or something, then it's like a reset, instead of hey look, you blew up and now the Snake's the one in advantage state. So I get why that's frustrating for a lot of players. Also, this is a tangent that has like no coherent ending in mind, and I'm right now trying to stall before I forget where my train of thought was going, but it's already over. Basically, people don't like getting blown up. That's probably a big part of the frustration around Snake. Oh, hi Edgar. I don't know if I'm ignoring comments because like there's a lot of things in chat right now. Pichu, do I know general percents where up throw to thunder is true or at least kills? Sorry, there's just like a lot of comments in chat, and I'm trying to like give each one like a reasonably long answer while also focusing on hitting Joker. So anyway, when is up throw thunder true? As far as I can tell, no one has a chart on it. I haven't checked the Pichu Discord in a while to see if that's a thing that we have. But up throw thunder generally starts being true if you have some rage at like 130-ish, the short hop variant, and it will go until like the full hop variant probably still works at like 180 and stuff with rage, and then like after that percent, F throw is just gonna like kill most of the time. And also if your opponent is living until 200 is Pichu, like what are you even hitting him with, because like everything kills at that percent. So like yeah, 130-ish if you have a little bit of rage, maybe like 145-ish if you don't have rage. Obviously like character weight affects this as well, but that's when it like starts being true, and it'll go up until irrelevantly high percents because like up throw has very little scaling knockback. Is Sheik really that bad? I have no idea. I haven't played against, like, quote, the good Sheiks yet. Actually, wait, no, that's, like, not actually that true. I played against, Charlie the King's Sheik in precisely one friendly, and I don't want to say that I'm bragging about friendlies, but all I'm going to say is my Kirby kind of beat him. So, clearly Sheik is worse than Kirby, end of story. But, like, in actuality, I think that Sheik is... What do I think about Sheik? She will be always frustrating to play as, because it feels like you're working a lot harder for everything you get, but that's not necessarily true because you're also like working less hard for neutral wins. It's just that you like get less from them and have to do more of them. I don't know. I don't have the mental willpower to play Sheik. I need kill setups that start working at like 70, otherwise I don't know how to live my life. Like, just having anything threatening at all at 70-ish is, like, important for me, because that's when, like, combos stop really working that well. So, if you're in, like, dead zone percents where, like, first off, you don't have, like, really good combos anymore, and second, you also don't have anything that, like, really kills anymore, I don't know how to play with that kind of restriction on me, because, like, I like knowing what I want to get. I think that that like takes a huge mental stress off of the player if you like have a relatively good idea of what your set play is at like each percent. Whereas Sheik, I feel like she just kind of has like a dead zone where like you don't have a ton of combo potential and you also don't have kill potential yet. So it's just difficult to deal with. Hi Nitro. Sheik still has the same struggles. The buff from the patch did so much. Yeah, I haven't played against like Sheik since the patch, I believe. So like, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, because maybe like new Sheik is just gonna like blow my mind. This is so cathartic, by the way, getting all these uppers. It just feels so good. What advice would I give to a character with little defensive tools to be with? Honestly, I don't even know, man. I can't play characters with very few defensive tools. Now, sorry, can you clarify for me? Do you mean, like, disadvantaged tools, or, like, you know, pokes and stuff that, like, just kind of let you play a keep-away game? Because, like, I find it hard to play with, like, without either of those. Like, Kirby has a terrible disadvantage state, and that's, like, my biggest hang-up on him, but also I think it's his biggest problem as a character as a whole, so I'm probably not the only one who thinks that. I don't know. I find it hard to give advice because, I don't really play characters who can't be defensive. But also, I think the vast majority of characters in this game can be defensive. Like, very few characters have kits that just, like, forbid defensive play, essentially. And, I guess Pichu might literally be one of them, but even then, like, I don't think that Pichu has to be worried about being the one who's playing defensive, because, like, it's your opponent who's being defensive, which means you're generally the one playing offensive. And in matchups where you do kind of have to play more defensive, it's just hard. And that's why I go Pikachu instead, so that I have Thunder Jolt and Down Tilt. How good do I think K-Roll is? Honestly, like, bottom 2. Sorry. He won the biggest major in Australia last week. Okay, maybe I'll check the VODs of that, but, like, I find it hard to imagine K-Roll being good, since I play characters that kind of invalidate him. Is Toon Link underrated, and do I think that he'll get better eventually? I think he's probably a little bit underrated right now. I personally always struggled against Toon Link even in Smash 4, so like I still am terrified if I ever have to fight a Toon Link in bracket. I just don't really know whether or not there's a super important niche for him, with young Link and Link both being perceived as better right now. So it's tough to say. Like, I don't even know if they're both actually strictly better than him. But I know that they're definitely perceived to be better than him right now. Again, I'm like not actually knowledgeable on like any of the 3 Links to really give super informed answers, so take all this with a grain of salt. What's up? Dial A for awesome. I looked away and messed up the combo. Also, if you're wondering, like, hey, Captain L, are you going to play online today? No, I only have one Ethernet cable right now, and it's connected to my computer, which is kind of important to be streaming. And the one that I use for my Switch to play online is somewhere else. I think it's, like, downstairs right now. In fact, it's not even my Ethernet cable, it's actually Locus's. Whoopsie. I've just been using it for a long time without knowing it's his. By the way, my roommates are all Smash players as well. Locust, Firefly, and Cantrip, who has a incredibly popular Twitter right now. He's been posting a lot of good memes that have been getting traction even with, like, normies. How do I feel about Mewtwo? I'm still kind of new to all the technical stuff, so he feels really hard to pull out in real games. I don't know a ton about Mewtwo. I played against Exodia's Mewtwo once, and it was, like, kind of difficult, but also, I think that the Chews do relatively well against Mewtwo in this game. So I tried each of them for one game, and I think that, like, he SD'd one of the games, but it was still close, so I don't know, maybe it was, like, actually a hard time, and I just got lucky. But yeah, I don't know. I find it hard to imagine Mewtwo being like that good with the hurtbox problems that he has. But also, it's me, the small hurtbox, the character, the guy, the game, the legend, the real life, the I love playing low profile boys. So, like, I don't know how to deal with having a big hurtbox. Maybe, like, Mewtwo players out there are just like, oh, it's not that big a deal, and Mewtwo's still broken. In which case, that's good, because I genuinely believe that you shouldn't play a character unless you think they're underrated. Or if they're, like, already rated the best in the game, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna roll with that. Because if you're playing a character and you think they're overrated, then you probably got some problems that you need to deal with, or just play a character who you think is underrated. That being said, you can also like play a character that you think is overrated in general, but still use them in like particular matchups. Like this might sound bad, but I do think that like as a whole, the Puff are like overstated, and she's still got like very glaring problems. But like I'm not gonna drop her because I still think that there's like matchups that she's good in. Most notably like Peach and also Pichu. I really want to like get him one more upper there. I think it'd be really fun. What do I think is Pikachu's worst matchup? That's a good question. I don't really know. Isam seems to think that Pikachu Olimar is like even or something. Pikachu probably thinks that Isam probably thinks that we lose to Peach, and I do agree with that, so maybe Peach is our worst matchup. Yeah, honestly, it might be Peach, who knows. I could be wrong. Pikachu is also just, like, really stupidly good, not gonna lie. I don't want to go as far as to say busted, but, like, Pikachu is very good. I do genuinely think that Ike is a lot harder for Pikachu than he is for Pichu, and that's not just because Isam lost to Mars's Ike. Whenever I play against Ike, I would much rather go Pichu. What are the best stages for Pika? This is gonna sound... Okay, first off, FD Kalos, definitely the best too. Then, I'm probably alone in the world thinking this, but I genuinely think PS2 next. Then probably Town, then Smashville, then Yoshi's, then Battlefield, and Lilac Cruise is not a stage. I genuinely have no idea where I'd put Lilac, but it would probably be like bottom 2 with Battlefield. But like I know that I have stigma against that stage, and rather than dealing with it, I just ban every set at the end. Sorry, I'm kind of like missing a lot of things in chat, so don't feel bad if you double post stuff, because odds are it just like scrolled past me while I was going on a tangent about up there or something. Captain L, I've never seen that I was so obsessed with Pikachu. Dude, like, I have a lot of, this is my bedroom, welcome. But I have a lot of Pikachu merch in here, and I have even more that's, like, randomly scattered throughout the house that I live in. So, yeah, I'm pretty obsessed with Pikachu. I don't know. If you ever stayed in a hotel with me or an Airbnb or something, I wear Pikachu pajamas. Low-key. I can't believe I just said that. Anyway, bye, Yusuf. But yeah, I do think that Pikachu is pretty good on all stages, and I like Pikachu. Alright, I don't even like dislike Pikachu on Battlefield. Like I counterpicked it against Void, just because I know that I also dislike Battlefield for Pichu. But I think I'm just like a scrub who doesn't like platforms. And that's probably... Yeah, I finally got that last up air. I don't know. I prefer the consistency of flat And by consistency, I mean, like, I'm not saying that, like, platforms have RNG, but it's just, like, no matter where you are on stage, it's, like, basically the same idea. Whereas, like, on platforming stages, it's just, like, variations in what you can do depending on where you get a hit. And my brain is just, like, not big enough to deal with that. This CPU is randomly DIing, but, keep in mind that, like, up air at the percents that I'm hitting him at, with the hitbox that I'm hitting him with, doesn't actually send you to tumble, and you cannot DI moves that don't send you into tumble. Damn it, Joker. So, like, the only thing that the DI matters for is the down throw at the beginning. And SDI kind of matters on each of these hits, but I'm pretty sure that you can get, like, 1 or maybe 2 inputs at most. I'm trying to actually see if, like, he gets 2 inputs. Yeah, it looks like you can actually get 2 inputs of SDI, so, maybe, like, flawless SDI could get you out of this, but, it's not likely, because, like, I'm already adjusting by, like, pulling forward and backwards as I'm going throughout this combo. So, like, if he is SDIing, like, really far forward, I could just, like, drift more forward than I already am. Any tips for a Kirby main? Don't lose the lead and play better defense than your opponent, because Kirby, when he's playing to not get hit instead of fishing for hit confirms, is a much more solid character, I believe. I think that the fact that Kirby does have a somewhat scary combo game at low percents, like 60-ish off of a combo, is all the more reason to not play aggressively, because your opponent will be afraid of, like, your forward air and your forward throw as combo starters, so you can, like, condition them into playing a particular way and then just kind of wall them out. Also, Kirby's forward air is just, like, a really good move in this game. I don't want to say terrible, but it was, like, much worse in Smash 4. And, yeah, I think that you should, like, take advantage of the fact that forward air really dissuades approaches, especially because it's, like, a good neutral tool that also sets up for combos. Hey, Benno. Any cool usage for Skull Bash? I mean, like, I'll use it for, like, flanking and stuff, but I don't think that there's, like, a ton of offensive use potential for it, which is a shame. Actually, you know what? That's not even true. Like, both myself and Isam have kind of, like, used it for some offstage plays against characters with bad recoveries in the past, but, it's partially a style thing. Like, there are very few situations where it's, like, a super optimal thing to do, and when they do come up, it feels, like, nice as hell to use it, but in general, the uses of Skull Bash are, like, few and far between. Fastest options out of shield. Sorry, I'm, like, missing a lot of things in chat, because I'm also trying to actually grind out this combo a little bit more. Oh! Great, I can hit him that way. Any tips for Pichu struggling in disadvantage? Just kind of, like, mix up what you're doing. Like, it can be very tempting to use your frame 3 nair to try to get out of everything, and that does work against a lot of things, but also, like, be sure to throw in, like, jumps out in there, air dodges if possible. I think that, like, air dodging off stage when you have a character like Pichu who can just still recover from anywhere is, like, an underrated option, and people should be, like, using it more. Or even just, like, air dodging like that and getting to ledge for free from it. But again, then you need to be, like, good at getting off ledge in disadvantage, which goes back to the beginning of my stream where I was just like, hey, use quick attack in unexpected ways, and don't do what I just did. I was trying to be sick, and I just messed up. But yeah, using that, like, second quick attack into ledge grab, I think is cool and underrated. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that this Joker is, like, actually getting, like, SDI because like I am reacting to like how far forward each up air sends him, and it's like different every time. So it's not as trivial as it might look. Also, that was like obviously bad fastball. Like a lot of the times while I'm using this, I'm not actually like drifting forward. I'm kind of like I'm not holding forward, now I'm not holding forward, now I'm not holding forward. And I just like go back and forth to like adjust my position to make sure that I get the right hitbox of up air. Which again, like it's simultaneously easier than it looks and harder than it looks. Like it's not free by any means, but there's enough leniency that you can like do it pretty reliably without being frame perfect. It's just like the first one is like kind of hard to get. And obviously like this thing where he goes onto the platform, that's like not a realistic scenario. Like most of the time, if he is off stage like this, I would do like up air, up air, up air, and then forward air into, look at that, it didn't connect. Out of shield, what do I use to punish in front of you? Honestly, if they are in front of you, sometimes you just gotta like take the hit on shield and like roll away to disadvantage or like jump away. And the general better advice is be facing backwards when you're in shield. That's just kind of like better. If they happen to be in front of you and use something really laggy, you can like use up B. Or if they're like really far spaced and kind of laggy, you can like quick attack out of shield. But in general, how to punish people hitting the front of your shield is don't let them hit the front of your shield unless it's like shield grabbable. Any general tips for a Pichu player? Focus more on not getting hit than focusing on like fishing for your dumb like combo game. I know that like it's really fun as a Pichu player to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna fish for a grab because I'll get like 80 damage off it, and that like works at lower levels of play. But the higher up you get, the more people like play around your really good options. So instead of just like trying to force them, you need to like bait their defensive habits. And I do really think this is why Pichu gets like much harder to play at high levels of play. Like you see. First off, early metas, Smash Ultimate, and also, like, at lower levels of play, I think that Pichu is a lot more powerful, just because, it's, like, relatively simple to learn how to play aggressively as Pichu. And actually, I think that this is, like, true for most characters in most games in general. It's easier to learn how to play aggressive because when you're playing aggressive, you're focusing less on what your opponent does and more on what you want. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, top level aggressive play is also hard as hell because you need to like focus a ton on their habits. But like at any level, if you're playing defensively, you have to focus a lot on like your opponent's habits, and that means playing very differently in every matchup. Whereas if you're playing aggressive, you're playing fairly similarly in like different matchups and forcing your opponent to adapt to you, which is like it's the whole like set play as a character is easier to develop than like counterplay because you only need to do it for like one character, whereas counterplay has to be dealt with for like each character individually. So the natural progression of the game is characters who can like do their own thing without caring about what the opponent does. Those ones like rise to the top first. Which was why like Snake was like really powerful early on, as like people were kind of just like, also when I say powerful early on, I literally mean like MVD, don't park on the grass, because like Snake barely has to change his, or like in early meta, Snake barely had to change his game plan, like no matter who Snake was fighting against, but like as counterplay develops, then like it becomes more of a reactionary thing for the Snake players to like learn how to deal with like each matchup individually instead of just like wall grenade in every single matchup. So where am I going with this? I'm kind of losing my train of thought. Hee hee, this is why I write scripts for my videos. Brain fart. I'm sorry. I completely lost it. Sorry. How do you edgeguard Lucina as Pikachu? Yeah, so when, like, she's trying to, like, up B from here, I'll try to, like, throw out a Jolt or something. And if you can just, like, clip her up B with, like, one hit of back air, and trade with it, that oftentimes will gimp her. But also just like calling out her double jump with a up air, or sorry, with a forward air. That's like a solid strat against like every character. Using like the drop zone down air is like less good against Lucina, just because if she like sees you in that drop zone position, she's usually already using up B, and it has like no risk in that situation. And it will almost always just beat out your down air instead of trade with it, especially since she's invincible. You can also like try to go like farther out, because like the part of Lucina's edge or recovery that's like really difficult to challenge is like the close up when she's using Dolphin Slash. So if you can like hit her before she's actually able to use Dolphin Slash, because obviously she goes into free fall afterwards, then you'll have a much easier time. Just like kind of hover below her and like try to bait out an aerial, and then like double jump back air or forward air into it. Have I heard of the Pichu player named Etzo from Victoria? I don't think so. It doesn't sound incredibly familiar. Sorry if I've literally met him, but yeah. I don't want to say this in like a Hollywood sort of Johns type way, but like because I travel so much, I actually like meet a ton of people all the time, and this sounds like I'm being really conceited in Hollywood, but like damn, it is so hard to remember names. Like I was already bad at remembering names beforehand. The way that I'm most likely to remember a person is if we literally play friendlies. And then you like talk to me and you're like, hey, remember me? I'm the Link that you played friendlies with at blank tournament, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I do remember playing friendlies with the Link at blank tournament. So that time I was just like holding out for the entire up air loop, because I'm pretty sure he was like SDIing out. Oops. How different is the end lag between air dodge and directional air dodge? Yeah, directional is significantly laggier, but directional air dodge can be cancelled with ledge grab a lot quicker than a neutral air dodge can. So if you're like getting comboed around here, it's not a bad idea to do an air dodge like that, because that gets you out of the combo quick, and look at that, you're now at ledge. And if you're playing a good character, you have a lot of options from ledge. If you're playing a bad character, then I don't know, maybe think twice. I don't know, I think that like drop down up air like that from ledge is like super solid as Pikachu. And the one that I really like to do is like do this drop down up air, and then also like wall jump up air to like cover again, and then just like zip back down the ledge and do it again. I don't know. I think that like Pikachu can do a lot with no, that was too many ledge grabs. I think Pikachu can do a lot at ledge to just dissuade people from standing close to ledge, and then make it look like you're gonna go far, and they're like, cool, he's finally getting off ledge, and then you actually just like zip to ledge, and then you like need to get it for free because they're like over here trying to hard punch quick attack. Yeah. If you're over 100% with Pichu, should you rush them down carefully since you're kind of screwed, or play defensive until there's an opening? I think like if you're already like well beyond, basically the metric that I like to use is if you're at the percent where you can already be killed by a kill throw, then just like hyper camp, because like it literally doesn't matter what you do, or like it doesn't matter how much damage you deal to yourself, you're already gonna like die, which is why and I think that like a lot of Pichus do this because it's very strong, and that's why you'll like often see Pichus living to like 170, 180%, just because like once you're past the point where like basically everything will kill you, it doesn't really matter, and you can just like play super defensive and use like all of your broken moves that are electric and hurt you. Because it doesn't matter, like the difference between a Pichu at like 140% or a Pichu at 190% is nothing. Everything kills already. Again, this is assuming you're against a character with like a kill throw that works at that percent. If like 190 is when their kill throws start working and they don't start working at 140, then like maybe reconsider. But yeah, I think that like playing very defensive when you're already gonna die to everything is the better idea. And I think that like defensive Pichu is the most frustrating to do it, especially like the like self-inflicted damage is like partially weakening your opponent mentally, because they're just like, even though it's like mostly you doing the damage to yourself, if they're just like, damn, I didn't kill this dude till like 190%, he's the lightest character in the game. That just like makes them feel bad, and it sounds mean, but like making your opponent feel bad is like one of the most effective tactics in like any competitive video game / any competitive anything. Like if you can make the opponent like defeat himself, then you don't even have to defeat them. Oops. No worries. So if I play not to get hit, would you say that's being passive? Yeah, that's being passive. If you're like waiting for your opponent to be the one to make a mistake and engage, and I don't mean like entirely just like waiting and doing nothing and waiting for them to make a mistake. I mean just like safely trying to force a bad option, but not like actively going in there and making an interaction happen. And that's a fairly passive style of play. Like if you're giving your opponent like partial opportunities to engage on you, but like you're never actually committing yourself, that is passive play. However, if you are like forcing interactions, like hitting their shield and then like trying to punish whatever defensive option they do, that is active play. And like, don't fall into the toxic mindset of all passive play is boring. You can like play very entertaining passive play. The key is just like, don't do anything overtly stupid, and it's still like relatively passive. Not saying that like aggressive play is stupid, but sometimes, like a lot of times, aggressive play succeeds because you do something that is generally considered like not a safe option, but like because it's like not expected, right? I'm like talking a lot and like definitely going into weird rambling trains of thought right now. So cut me off if I start saying things that make no sense. I'm kind of just like half completely focused on this combo that I've been like doing obsessively for the last 4 hours, and half focused on trying to give coherent answers to the questions I'm being asked. Also, I haven't eaten food yet today. If I was to give Kirby 3 buffs, what would they play? Oh, also, sorry, easier answer is Edgar's question of what moves. Auto-cancel down air and auto-cancel back air and forward tilt. And jolts, but like less jolts than you would expect. Like, I think that the biggest difference between Pikachu and Pichu is that Pikachu's down air has a way worse auto-cancel window than Pichu's. Like, Pichu's will auto-cancel like 4 frames after the hitboxes are gone or something. So you can like fast follow down air into the ground and still like auto-cancel it and hit like a short character's shield. Whereas like Pikachu, you can only really like slow fall it into the ground with that, and even then, like you won't always be able to like do it in a way that hits a short character's shield. I think that like forward air is a decent defensive option with Pichu, but like not the best. And then just like landing nairs on shield and into like runaway is also pretty decent. Anyway, if I was to give 3 buffs to Kirby, what would they be? Can airspeed be one of them? Because like airspeed is literally the biggest difference maker. And if I could only give 1 buff to Kirby, it would literally just be like airspeed, and I think that would make him, I don't want to say broken, but like it'd make him really damn good. What else would I do? Oh, I would lower the SDI multiplier on down air, because it makes me really sad every time I down air Let's Tickle, and he just like makes the up tilt afterwards literally not even true. And I don't think that like down air is a broken move that like requires SDI to be balanced. I think that like down air is just like a good-ish move that kind of gets broken by SDI and it makes me sad. But hey, I was all about SDI being cool counterplay, so like basically I think with down air they can go one of 2 directions. Either make it better but have SDI be like the counterplay for it, or make it stay as good as it is, but like give it a negative SDI multiplier. So yeah, SDI multiplier on down air I would tone down. And third Kirby buff, probably start up on up air, because I want that to be a better combo move. This might be a weird buff, but like even just making his short hop lower to the ground would also be really cool, because then you could like do more like short hop up air up tilt in a much quicker way without having to mess with his like fall speed values and stuff. And if you need to like get higher up off the ground for aerial, then you can just do like instant double jump, which is like pretty high with Kirby. I already do like instant double jump for most of my backers out of up tilts. So yeah, airspeed, lower short hop, and down air SDI multiplier. Those are the 3 buffs that I would give Kirby, without like obvious stuff like, oh, make his F smash kill at 0. That like, obviously that's dumb. But I think that those would like roughly retain his playstyle while making him less prone to getting just lamed out. As in, the airspeed thing is the thing that would make him less prone to getting lamed out, as well as the short hop change, just because then he could like safely pressure shields from a closer range, because like short hop forward air would like just inherently be safer if you could like make the last hitbox come out lower to the ground. And then that combined with the airspeed would just make his pressure game a lot better. Because then you could kind of like short hop in and forward air and then like fade out a little bit. I don't know. Just imagining playing like Kirby with better airspeed is wild. Because right now it's just like literally a balloon in the air. And not like the fake balloon like Jigglypuff. When I say fake balloon, I mean like unrealistically fast in the air. I'm getting like all of these wrong. Okay, Is the game frozen? Or is my YouTube frozen? I feel like my YouTube is frozen. Yeah, okay, my game is still going. Yep, so sorry everyone that I have not been responding to chat at all. How do I implement puff combos that don't include rest into my gameplay? Don't fish for them. Like, that's the one thing that is my own downfall, and I think a lot of puff players' downfalls, is they're like, yeah, we have all these cool new combos in Ultimate, so they like put themselves at like extreme risk going for them and then just get like walled out by a forward air or something. And then they feel like it's worth it when like finally, you know, you hit the falling up air into like 80 damage or a kill or something, and then you're like, yeah, that was worth it. But in general, I think that like safer play is not worry about the combos and just like use stray neutral hits to gain the lead, and then like when your opponent has to start interacting with you in order to gain back the ground that you like overtook, that's when they will make more mistakes and you can punish with more high damage combos, even if it's like, you know, the non-rest combos. Next question was, how do you get in the mindset to actually implement things that I spend a ton of time practicing? Just honestly make them second nature. Like, it's weird for me to say that while you're watching me mess up like the most basic Pikachu combos in the game. But yeah, just like remind yourself, okay, this is a tournament, but I've practiced this a million times. And then also like remind yourself, hey, even if I mess it up, it doesn't matter. So just like, just think of things in terms of statistics. Like if you're just like, think of it like a Pokemon battle where like you use Thunder and it has like 70% chance of missing. Or sorry, whoops. Well, it feels like that, but it has like 70% chance of hitting, right? If you like know that you're like 80% consistent with like a combo and then you drop it once, just be like, oh well, there we go, that was just 1%. Surely I'll get it next time. But then Stone Age sucks, so. And also like, be willing to adapt your combos on the fly. Like if you do mess up, but then you see like they do a panic air dodge, and then you can like still get more damage off it, then like, you know, keep doing it. I don't know why that wasn't true, but hey, it wasn't. Yeah, use like Puff's like both game at low percent will pretty much never actually set up into a combo. Like I think that as much fun as it is to like fish for pound at 0% because you get cool stuff off of it, it's generally bad and you're better off using like retreating nairs and other quote-unquote boring neutral options that will like never actually lead to that much. But like you use that to build up a lead, and then like with that lead your opponent will make more mistakes, and then with those mistakes you'll be able to like actually go for the solid like big conversions. Auto canceling is a cool mechanic. I'll just explain it really quickly. Joker, stop rolling. So let's say I use down air. There's no landing lag when I hit the ground, right? Because if I had landing lag, it would look like this. It would like make the big splat effect. That's hopefully a pretty obvious difference. However, the animation of down air actually goes quite a bit longer than that. Like, I'm going to use down air, and then I'm going to buffer an air dodge. You see how the air dodge started when I was like here? That's quite a bit lower than the ground, because the animation of down air was actually not finished yet, but if you land during a certain frame window, for Pikachu I believe it's like after frame 39 or something, I don't know the exact number, so no one quote me on this, then you won't get landing lag of the move. However, the move isn't actually over yet, and if you were in the air, you would still be in the animation until like frame, this is another ballpark guess, but like 44 or something, right? So auto-canceling is generally just like describing the window between when a move is still not over, but when it will actually not give you landing lag on the ground. And a lot of moves actually have this window right at the start of the move. Like, I believe forward air does as well, but maybe they... Oh, they might have actually removed that. Okay, so back air is like 1. The starting auto-cancel window is generally less important, but like, this is me starting up a back air. See how he's already in the back air animation? But if I land on frame 3, there's no landing lag, right? Like, it was very clear that I started the back air, but I didn't actually get the landing lag of back air, which looks like this, where he, like, pancakes on the ground. Or, sorry, she, I'm using the girl Pikachu. So, auto-cancel windows generally happen, like, a little bit at the start of the move, and a little bit at the end of the move. Shulk is, like, an exception to that, where, like, some of his aerials, or at least in Smash 4, would, like, end before they auto-cancel, and I think that like Roy's forward air is still like that in this game, where like the move is over, but if you, so you can use anything else in the air, like neutral B or double jump or something, but if you just land with it, you'll still get the landing lag. So it's interesting, some moves can actually have like quote-unquote negative auto-cancel windows, which is like the first actionable frame of the move comes before the auto-cancel starts. Yeah, if that was a good enough explanation, hopefully it was. If not, just like ask again. Next, I've been trying to get drag down air with Pika, but I just can't seem to get the timing, and it seems more difficult than other drag downs. Yeah, honestly, like the Pikachu drag down stuff, it's not nearly as free as some particular top players make it look. Like, you have to jump and delay it by, like, I want to say 5 or 6 frames, and then you then you fast fall between like the second and third hit, and it's like a particular timing that, as you can obviously tell by the fact that I'm like messing it up repeatedly, it's like not free even if you practice it a ton. So that like wasn't even true, and that was like facing the wrong way. So just keep working at it and understand that it is a hard ass combo, no matter how free your favorite top players make it look. Because again, I'm not making it look free right now. Maybe I'm just bad. I fully acknowledge that like my tech skill might just like not be up to snuff, but yeah, it's not a free combo, so don't feel bad if you're messing it up. It's a damn good combo though. Like, trying to react to DI on everything, it's not trivial. Persona. Cool, I got the 0% to Persona combo. And, like, you also have to react to SDI and, like, turn around, grab, and blah, blah, blah. It's hard, man. Don't feel bad about it messing it up. And like Isam's gonna make a guide on how to do it anyway. So check that out. Ah, yes, yeah. There we go, 0 to Persona. And look at that, 0 to 6. So like, I don't know. Practicing is super important because like, this combo is like stupidly good if you can actually hit it. But if you can't, then it's like, literally you grab and do like 10% and then it's over. So that's why I think, it's one of the reasons why Pikachu would be, I would say, considered like a relatively hard character to pick up, because like, yes, Pikachu is incredibly good right now, but like a lot of that power is predicated on the fact that you know how to do like the hard stuff, and that's like where people get the idea that quote Lucina is easy and like other characters are perceived as either easy or hard, because like not every character like has this initial learning curve that you have to get over in order to like actually be playing, you know, the character at the strength that people expect them to be at, right? So like, sure, you could just be like a neutral monster and like never do these combos with Pikachu and still do like decent well, but like if you want to be playing like top tier version of Pikachu, you pretty much have to be able to do these combos, otherwise like you're having them in neutral like 4 times as many times. And I still, obviously, as you can tell, struggle with these combos. However, I would say that like I'm literally better at hitting it on actual people than I am on this like Arduino computer, because he's like DIing randomly and SDIing and stuff. Yeah, 0 to 99. And like, again, a normal person would have like ended up behind me there, assuming they weren't like SDIing help. So when I'm playing against like early rounds, and even like pretty good players sometimes don't SDI as much, it's a lot easier to actually get like a full combo off compared to against a CPU that's just like not thinking but frame perfectly SDIing and stuff. Yeah, it spams left and right every other frame and shield every other frame, which results in random DI and SDI simultaneously. So like, it's hard for me to really react to everything, but like, most people, and this is gonna sound stupid, but they'll like have a strong preference for like one DI or another. So like once I know which DI that is, it's a lot easier to deal with. Whereas with this CPU, I'm trying like really hard and not succeeding to cover both DIs at the same time. That probably wouldn't have connected against him. He was just holding shield. So the thing about the drag down into up tilt, once that starts being the thing you have to do, is yeah, like that wasn't actually correct. I should have done turn around up tilt there. Up tilt hits behind Pikachu before it hits in front. So you really have to make sure that you hit with the correct side of it. Otherwise, someone who's just like holding shield will get out of it. But because this computer is like spamming left and right every single frame, he's actually like rolling on the first frame that he's able to do anything. And rolling is vulnerable on frame 1, whereas shield is not. So like, even if it looks like I'm hitting him with the front of up tilt, that wouldn't really work on a person. So that's why I'm like trying really hard to make sure that I turn around my up tilts every time I do them. And again, that was just like his random SDI and me not reacting to it. So turn around, grab, and mess that up. Oops, full hop. Yeah, okay, I was also going to make a video on like how to single player practice using the Arduino. And by single player practice using the Arduino, I was going to make one on just generally how to single player practice. And I do genuinely believe that like something like this is actually required to have effective single player practice. But an alternative that works for some people is a turbo controller. So what you would do, like if you have like a Mad Catz or whatever third-party thing that has a turbo button, is just set it to spam shield every other frame, and then like tape down the control stick, or just like plug it in with the control stick in a particular direction so that you get like one particular DI. And that will let you practice your combos with like a particular DI and spamming your dodge. But there's like, without the Arduino, as far as I can tell, there's no way to really emulate random left-right DI, which for me is like the most important part of practice. Because like, if you notice like all these times I'm messing up in air, it's because they're going like, usually, whoops, it's usually because they're like DIing in. And also I'm like, I don't want to say fatigued right now, but like, I'm literally just like messing up basic stuff, so I think that it is almost time for me to get food. No Johns. Yeah, turbo controllers are banned in tournaments. I'm talking about just for practice. I think actually when I went to Hawaii, for those who weren't watching that tournament, there was this really good role player who had like never really been to anything on Hawaii, but he was from one of the other islands, and he said after he got 9th losing to me in Magister, that his main practice was against CPUs and using a turbo controller for like combos and stuff. So yeah, don't underestimate the power of single-player practice. If a guy from, like, a relatively remote island in Hawaii, like, not even the main island, but a different one, who has, like, the other thing about Hawaii that people need to remember is that, like, they're not going to get, like, good internet connection with, like, anyone. Because, like, your two closest continents are both, like, equally far away, and like I don't even think that I have like a very good connection with like Southeast USA. Imagine like everyone is as far away from you as like Southeast USA to the Northwest. So like it really sucks for them. And yet he still was able to like take Magister to game 3, and like I don't think he took a, I forget whether or not he took a game off me. I think he might have actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did take a game off me. So like he's a really damn good player, and he got that way by using a turbo controller and practice against CPUs. So like if you ever think that you are limited because of your circumstances, take a look at that guy and be like, wow, at least I have like decent Wi-Fi and like maybe a couple friends who play the game. why Pika and not Pichu? I've been over this like multiple times during the stream. Sorry, you can go back and check, but the short answer is I think that Pichu has a harder time dealing with super passive play. And also, I think that like Optimal Joker is a fairly passive character, so I don't know if I would feel comfortable using Pichu for Joker. Like, I'm sure pretty much every Joker still thinks that like Pichu and maybe Pikachu are like his worst matchups anyway. And I'm not contesting that, but I think that like, I don't know, I would rather have Pikachu for that matchup because I'm just afraid of like a Joker playing very safe against me and then like only engaging whenever he has Arsene. Captain L, I performed a jab block. Do I have any reliable setups for that with Pikachu? Yes, actually, there's two really reliable ones. Obviously, like, the big one that, like, most players know about is, like, down tilt at 80. That is relatively reliable, and then, like, getting the, actual F smash is kind of hard because you need to like dash back perfectly. And the other jab block setup, you could like go for it with forward tilt at like this %, but the angle isn't great, and like most of the time people could tech. And also like because forward tilt is a little bit laggier, most of the time you like they'll either have time to tech or you won't have time to get there if they like DI away. Also, like, just because forward tilt's an electric move, like, they have more time to react to getting hit by it. So, yeah, forward tilt works as well. I really just want to hit, like, one F smash off of this. There we go. That was not the strong hit, actually. I like to use combo display for this. Nope, 18, that's the weak hit. There we go, 22, that's the strong hit. And the other setup that kind of works is the landing hitbox of backer. So I'm gonna try to hit this boy. Landing hitbox of back air works really well if they DI away. I don't know. It feels more reliable against humans than it looks in this training mode situation. But I like the landing hitbox of back air for it. You can also at like really low percents use the landing hitbox of down air for it, but that's a little bit less. Like with almost any amount of reaction time, people will be able to tech that, or even like air dodge before they hit the ground. Is up smash good? Yeah, up smash is like definitely a viable jab block finisher if you happen to jab block them at like 120-ish or whenever, character dependent, whenever it's gonna kill. However, what I think is actually an even better option is if you are at like maybe this % and you use down tilt like to send them towards ledge. Maybe like this distance away. Joker will never actually get over here, so I'll just manually move him over here. If you're like roughly here and you use it, and they DI like down and away, then you can run up to them and like basically cover every tech option with the down smash. Because if they tech backwards, like you want to line it up so that it'll like hit them right to ledge. So if he like does no tech, that obviously hits. If he tech rolls in, down smash like scoops from behind. And if he techs in place or tech rolls away, it captures him because he has nowhere to roll. So like this kind of spacing for down tilt is like super broken, and then you just run up and don't do what I just did and actually down smash. That's what I think one of the best ways to use that kind of trap with Pikachu is. But again, that has to be at the percents where down smash will actually kill, and that's generally quite a bit higher than when down tilt starts tumbling. Because like down tilt against Joker, I want to say like probably a little bit higher than this. Yeah. Yeah, so it'll start tumbling around 80, but down smash will only start killing from ledge at like 110-ish, so like you're going to want to do it at like that percent, but obviously, as you could hopefully tell, he had like more than enough time to tech that, so like, I want to make him DI badly. Whoops. How am I gonna do this? Either way, okay. This is dumb, and I don't know why I'm trying to do it. Yeah, if he like dies down in a way, I suppose, then it can be like a kind of difficult tech, and then you like run up and do the down smash. Yeah. People do tech down tilt a lot, but they also still miss the tech a lot. Like even top level players will miss the techs, so like don't ever count it out. Just because even if people tech like 5 times, all they need to do is like miss it on the 6th time and you can get a kill off of that. That being said, it was a lot nicer when jab jab, charge up, smash on the neutral get up, like like the smash 4 style where it'd be like that. That was a lot nicer because that would just kill like literally any percent as long as the down tilt actually tumbled. But now you have to do like that hard F smash, which is like, it's doable, but like it's a lot harder. I don't know. I still go for it a lot. I still see Isan going for it a lot. And like once you start mixing in like tech chases and stuff, that becomes a lot better. Anyway, I'm like super tired and hungry, so thank you everyone for watching, but it has been literally on the dot. I started streaming 4 hours and 20 minutes ago. It's a sign. So I'm gonna head out. So thank you all for watching. I'll upload this 4 hour and 20 minute video, and yeah, I'll see you around.